If you enjoy the video, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe. Warning: the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. It should be working now.
Okay, now I hear you. It kept showing that you were muting and unmuting, and I would see green, but I hear nothing.
Yeah. Sometimes Discord does this thing and I just have to restart it. All right. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay.
I got a message from Keo. I need to read real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I just posted it up to everyone on the general chat.
Yeah, man. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know if we need 2 banks anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
Assuming Orilyn is going to share.
Two might be overkill.
You're asking a noble lady to share what?
This shall be remembered.
Hello.
We are not amused.
Hello.
No, my pop-out chat works fine. So maybe it's your browser or pop-up blocker or something.
I guess I'll play around with things more.
Pop out chat on what is giving you trouble? Twitch
On
chat?
Twitch.
It's working.
Yeah.
It's working for me. I'm using it right now.
It's just
it's
being
just
a butt to me today.
Yeah. Well, I have been having one of those weeks, so I'm going to take it out on all of you today.
Nice.
What happened?
Oh, it's just been a tough week.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Just family stuff, job stuff. It's just been stressful. That's all.
All the stuff all at once.
Yeah. All
Tends
right.
to be how it goes.
It is most of the time. So why don't we talk about what happened last time? Do you guys want to fill us in? For those of us who have
Ella
slept
said that
since
she
then.
wanted to.
Ella said she wanted to. It's a great way. That's a great way to pass it
I believe that's Wolfrin's way of volunteering.
All right, so it was a shopping episode, right? You guys went out and bought a bunch of stuff.
Tim's memorial, Timothy.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Did we get him out at the end? I know we were talking about like hiring a cart. Remind me what happened.
I think we did that before we went shopping. So we held our little service where everyone insulted him, and then we told
and then we had Avachai bring him to the temple district.
Right.
Yeah, okay, cool.
With like patrons to help pull the cart or whatever.
Yeah, okay. And then you guys went shopping and bought a bunch of magical items that I'm sure you're totally not going to exploit in any way. And there was the thing with Seraphina and the demon.
When isn't there a thing with Seraphina and a demon?
Yeah, that happened. But he's alive for now, I guess. And Death is more disappointed.
What?
I mean, you let an abomination live, man. Like,
guess. But he's not the greater evil here.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. I mean, I'm not taking away your powers or anything yet. But it's something I'm taking note of. If ever comes a day where I want to like I don't know, bring up things that happened 10 years ago just to use against you or something. Um that might be one of the things. I'm just
Okay.
If it helps
You
at
know-
all, we pretty royally screwed over that imp as far as prices go.
Yep. We did.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to figure something out. So here's what I think we're going to do when it comes to magic items stuff. I mean, I don't like hand out gold to you guys, I don't think. Like I don't just like give you guys tons of gold, right?
Not a lot, not for our level though.
I mean, I feel like it's really only when you guys do a thing where someone has told you they're going to pay you, which is pretty rare. And then there's like treasure hoards. Like if you guys take down a pretty big boss, I'll give you like a treasure hoard, and I usually just have you guys roll the gold. So here's what I think. We're gonna kind of do what we ended up settling on at the end of the session last time, which is we'll just go by the book rarity, set it at max value basically for like the rarity of the item. At by default, and you know you guys can try to like negotiate from there and stuff. I mean, you guys did negotiate like a 40% decrease or something. Something crazy, but I think it was a really good roll if I recall. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I think it probably was a pretty good roll.
I think it was almost a nat 20, but not. It was probably like a 19 or something.
I crit on my persuasion.
Yeah, okay.
And he has good persuasion because he's a bard.
Yeah. Face of the group strikes again. So I mean, yeah, that I feel like it wasn't really like super. I mean, you guys did the things you're supposed to do to turn the tables in your advantage, I think. And it just worked out really good for you guys.
I also don't think we got too OP of items. I mean, I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
a better armor.
yeah. I mean, you guys didn't
Armor's
have enough
cool.
gold to go too crazy, really.
Right.
So, yeah, that's a good thing. But yeah, I mean, it worked out good. I don't think you guys are gonna be like, I don't think I have to like, send a Tarask your way or anything. Yeah, I think you guys are fine. Okay. Does anyone remember how we ended the session?
We were walking out of the magic shop. Or no, we hadn't walked out of the magic shop yet.
We haven't.
We were still in there. Yeah.
I think Orilyn was trying to get them to make it so that they don't forget. So that
Right.
she
We
can
hadn't.
come back and buy
I
more
was
stuff.
casting detect magic. I was sitting in the floor.
Yeah. And she remembered that, she actually has these dice that she got from Timothy. And so she used that to get what she wanted, and then kind of ended from there.
Okay. Because after the session, I thought that you guys had left the magic shop, and I didn't do the thing that I was supposed to do. So that was my impression. So I was thinking about starting the session with doing the thing I'm supposed to do when you guys leave the magic shop. I mean, there's enough if you guys, someone's gonna succeed on the roll, most likely, right? I hope. I mean, knowing this group, who knows? You guys could all roll ones. Okay, but yeah, okay, you guys are still in the magic shop. I do remember the thing with the dice. What do you guys want to do? Is there any other stuff you want to buy or anything while you're here?
Vash is just continuing the ritually cast for the 10 minutes it takes.
All right, and you were casting detect magic.
Detect magic, yeah.
Okay.
I assume the imp wouldn't be scared by a spell that takes 10 minutes to cast. Not super scary.
I don't think he's scared. No.
Yeah.
If you would like to make an insight check on the imp, you're welcome to do so.
Would I be able to concentrating on the spell?
I mean, sure.
Someone else can.
Yeah, someone else can. I mean, you guys probably, you might have someone else in the group with pretty good insight. So
If one of you guys want to do the insight, go for it. Share the wealth.
Oh, I sent it via GM.
you sent something to me.
Yeah.
He
The
rolled the
insight.
GM.
I rolled.
I don't see your roll.
It's a good roll. It's 21. If you could see it.
I see you guys talking, but I don't see the roll. Let me just make sure that I
Are you-
don't know that I'm
I
connected.
can roll.
Okay. No, you don't have to roll. I trust you. Sometimes it does just take a while. Like sometimes it lags or something. You said it's a 21.
Yeah. 16 plus 5.
The imp is amused. He's watching Vash prep this ritual, and he seems eager to see what happens.
Gonna turn to Orilyn. So what else do we need to do? What was our plan for the day?
I'm gonna go back to the inn and work on my plan.
Okay, but did we get everything ready?
I think so.
Work-
They're
work.
delivering me the pots and the soil, and I have seeds, and I've got this pot, and she's holding the pot of awakening. I think I'm good to go.
I'm gonna talk to the imp.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask him if he knows anything about the devils.
So I think he's at first he seems kind of annoyed that you pulled his attention away from Vash, right? Like he's trying to watch what Vash is doing, maybe from like the top of a bookshelf or just a pile of stuff that is presumably for sale, but it's not organized anyway. It's just like, you know, a hoarder's stash. So he at first he doesn't look at you, I think, and then he finally takes his eyes off of Vash, and he says, "What do you want to know about the devils?"
I think they're interested in us. So I figured if they're interested in us, then maybe we can get some information about them.
He kind of makes a face, like he smells something sour. And he says, interested in you. And he gestures to Seraphina, who's still here, I presume, right?
Yeah, I'm still there.
And he says,
What-
what about that one?
Well, I haven't actually come in contact with them. It's Vash over here who has, and he says that they want to see us and meet with us. I don't know what the reasons are, but I'm assuming he meant all of us.
He kind of like winces when you say all of us. Like he kind of like he doesn't like the phrase or something. It just makes him uncomfortable, it seems. And he says, I don't see why they'd have any use for this one. And he gestures to Seraphina again, and he hisses at her. Like he almost kind of comes off his perch. Like he extends his head and face in her direction and just lets out like a and then goes back to watching, trying to watch Vash. I mean, you can keep talking to him.
Does that mean that you don't know anything?
Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
Okay. He says, mostly just do trade for them, supply them with magic things they want, stolen most of the time. There's a good deal they get on stuff. They also help supply the place, you see.
Keep it.
So they steal the stuff for you? Are they your suppliers? Or do you get them yourself?
Some things I can find. I have tricks. Devils
Oh, like
are devils are like a partner, not exclusive.
Oh, do you work for anyone in particular?
He shakes his head. It was okay. Seraphina's insight roll came through finally. Odayn, you're the one talking to him, right? Why don't you make a insight check? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's hard to read. You know, like he says no, but you can't really tell.
Do you get a lot of return customers?
There's kind of like a smirk on his face when you say that, and he says, just the ones that can afford it. The best customers keep coming. Those that cause trouble, they get dealt with.
All right. Well, another question for you. Do you have any competition? You can't be the only magic shop here in Five Rings.
He shakes his head, and he says, there are other shops, sure. Different clientele, I think. We're dealers to the devils. The other locations, they don't deal with them so much.
So you're exclusive to the devils then, I take.
As far as like selling to, yeah. So he probably sells to their mercenaries or like groups that work with the devils or take the odd job for them or that kind of thing. But probably your more astute mage or wizard deals with someone higher up in the city.
So back to the devils. What can you tell me about the boss man? Have you ever met him?
Rifa, you mean?
I looked at that. Is that right?
Through the mental link, Vash just says, "Hi."
Yeah, Rifa. What about him?
Puts on a show, that one. Little flamboyant, even for a fire genasi.
Oh, sounds like my kind of guy. What kind of shows is he into?
He exaggerates himself.
Oh,
Whereas
you're saying that he's not all that?
he there's this look on his face like he's experiencing pain, right? Like he almost stops in the middle of his sentence and kind of winces his eyes, and then he's like forcing himself to talk, right? And he says, he puts on airs. He makes himself a stereotype. Hang on a second. He's gonna take some damage. Okay, not so bad. He kind of shakes his head and opens his eyes, and he says, Rifa wears makeup.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
He he's a foreigner, you understand. He uses it as a way to control people's expectations. It's all a show.
All right. Well, do you know anything about his true nature then? If you know he's putting on a show for everyone, how about his true nature?
Control. He protects the dirt, but it's about control for him, money, power, that kind of thing.
Are you okay, my guy? You don't look too good.
Yeah, the more you talk to him about Rifa, the sicker he looks.
What's wrong?
Stop asking me questions.
You're not a very good shopkeeper, are you?
He hisses at you. He like snaps.
I guess imps aren't too good of a company, huh? Vash, good over there?
Yeah, how long would I have before that finishes?
You can finish the ritual now if you like. That's fine.
All right.
So what normally happens, if you want to describe like what you do during this ritual, or like how does it end? Like what normally takes
Oh,
place?
I did that to GM.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Try that again. There we go. I put a little bit of description. He was just sitting on the floor, kind of muttering under his breath, and occasionally making motions with his arms. There isn't any visible effect once it's done.
Okay. Just normally
He just-
you'd be aware of the presence of magic, be able to sense it, be able to tell the school, that kind of thing.
Right. Once he has the detect magic going, I should be able to see anything that's magical should give off a glow, and the color of the glow tells me the school of magic it's associated with.
Yeah.
And the intensity.
Okay. So you finish the spell. And I guess maybe you open your eyes and start looking around, thinking that you're going to see all these colors, probably because there's just tons of magical items in here. But everything looks the same. And the imp who's sitting up on a perch watching you, he seems like disappointed. He says he shakes his head and kind of like, well, not as interesting as it could have been.
Do I get the feeling the spell didn't work?
Yeah, it's a good thing you did a ritual and it didn't use like a spell slot or something.
What do you mean by that, imp?
So, well, go ahead, Keo.
No, what do you mean by that?
He says, well, he wasn't trying to blow the place up or something, then things would have been really interesting.
Just looking around.
During that time, Seraphina will take out the hat that she bought, the hat of vermin, and says the command word "bat," and a bat comes out, and she tries to strike it in front of the imp.
Does the bat come out?
That's a question for the DM.
Wait, okay. What do you do again? One more time.
I hold the hat, and then I expend one of its charges and speak a command word, and I summon a bat out of it. It's a hat of vermin.
He linked it slightly. There it is.
It's not a spell.
It is not.
It doesn't say it's like a magic effect or anything like that. I think it works. Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure that these items that we're buying are real.
Oh.
And then, but
Yeah, like he
she
just
also
he just sold you a bunch of duds and like ripped you guys
right,
off. Yeah.
It's a good thing to check.
but
Thank you.
also like I will hit the bat in front of him, try to attack it in front of him.
Okay.
That's some-
It's just a bat, right? So let me just
Yeah.
find let me see if there's a sheet for a bat, and we can have you make an attack roll. Just okay, I got a sheet. Go ahead and make an
Okay.
attack
Pretty
roll.
sure it's one
hopefully
HP.
this is not a 1.
Yeah, right. Okay. You miss.
Did you really miss the bat?
But I have an extra attack.
Okay, so you let this bat loose, and the imp kind of watches it fly out. You take a swing at it, you miss. You got another attack though. You said so.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh boy.
Okay, that one
All right.
hits. That one hits. Yeah.
And then I will say, stop with the insults, or you'll be like that bat.
The bat, yeah, it vaporizes. Yeah, the bat is gone. There's nothing left of the bat. It had
Okay, so-
one hit point. So
Question: is the bat magical, or is it just summoning a living bat?
let's see. The summoned creature magically appears in the hat and tries to get away from you. The
Just
creature
chop up a bat.
isn't under your control. It behaves as an ordinary creature and disappears after an hour. So I guess it looks.
Oh, it says it disappears. I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess it looks like, for all intents and purposes, like a bat.
I was just wondering if there'd be like 2 halves of a bat left, or if it really poofs away. Would be mean.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, at any rate, it's gone. And I think the imp is just looking at you. And so you made the comment like, if you keep being rude, you're gonna be like this bat, I guess.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get.
He hisses. I guess make an intimidation check. Just want to see how. You did miss the first time, so
Right.
let's see how scary it is. Okay. Let me see. I guess I'll roll his insight against you, which is +3.
Oh, damn.
I gotta roll it manually because I don't have his sheet programmed. Okay. So you successfully intimidate him. So he he hisses and he like jumps back behind one of the piles and tries to hide from you. I'm gonna give him a stealth check. His stealth is +5. I don't think he has any bullshit that gives him advantage or anything. No, he doesn't. Oh, he does actually. Well, he took the hide action, so he couldn't do that. But he does have some bullshit that might be able to help him if he's trying to get away from you.
I think imps can turn invisible, can't they?
Yeah, but he uses action to hide.
Oops.
Hey, one more question for you. If
Okay.
you somehow, let's say you die, what happens to the shop?
He he says he says he says from behind one of the bookcases or something. He says, "Well, I wouldn't want to be in here and find out if I were you."
Oh, so something does happen.
Make an insight check.
It's only one way to find out.
Where's there it is.
Yeah, you're not sure if he's just fucking with you or not. He's literally the same as you rolled earlier when he was saying that he runs this place himself. You rolled the same thing.
Yeah, Odayn doesn't really. He's not a very insightful person.
Makes sense with the fool and all, you know.
hmm So are we done here, guys? I think Orilyn needs to do some gardening.
I mean,
Actually,
you guys can just
could you-
keep terrorizing the only shopkeepers that sell you magic items if you want.
pretty much. Actually, I could use your help with something, Orlin. Before you go back and seal yourself away.
What?
I thought we could go and make some things grow.
Oops, sorry.
I'm gonna be doing that anyways.
Right, but not at the inn, other places. You can bring your
Where?
sage with you. You got a bag of holding, maybe you can grow them there and then transport them back.
Where are we going?
That's yet to be determined, but I have a few ideas. It's just outside the city, I think.
There's
Would we have passed any farms on the way in?
Yeah, there's definitely some outside the walls. There's probably some inside the walls too, really. And-
Farms inside the walls?
yeah, maybe even some like in the dirt district. Like they're probably relatively small. Don't get me wrong. You're not gonna have like giant. Go ahead.
More like a backyard garden kind of farm.
Yeah, or just
Yeah,
like
really-
this single plot here and there. Just it's most. I think probably most of the places are relatively crowded with buildings, but there might be like the occasional open plot where they just grow some stuff. And there might even be like you guys remember that scene we had a while back where Ishu was we had like a scene where he was just the only one in this town, you guys were somewhere else, and he like walked out of an inn, walked across a field in the rain, and got into like a doghouse that was in the field.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
That took place in the dirt district.
Hmm.
So there might be like the occasional just like field, but again, it's not gonna be like a huge 100-acre like thing that you might find outside the walls.
I think Vash would probably want to go for a bigger plot.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is
So-
Melora in the shop with us, by the way?
I
think
guess
so.
she is, right? You guys took everyone here but Avachai, I think.
Is she
Yeah,
interacting
And issues
with?
here.
How is she reacting to the magic items?
Or to the imp.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem particularly afraid of the imp or anything. She probably flinches at the occasional snap. She probably flinched when you killed the bat and was like making threats and stuff. She, as far as like overall mood, why don't you make an insight check and see?
Can I
This
join
is-
him?
Yeah, anybody can try. Oh, okay. All right. She is curious. Like, the imp is definitely something new to her. And she finds it quirky, I guess is the best. She doesn't seem to be threatened by it. Matter of fact, there's Vash, you'd probably pick up on this more than Odayn. There's almost like an air of superiority that she has. Like she's not afraid of the imp at all. She doesn't really consider it a threat at all.
I mean, to be fair, just Vash.
Yeah. Neither. I mean, if you're familiar with imps, then at all you really shouldn't be. But yeah, it's almost like she doesn't even. You probably pick up on it more than she actually does. Like she's not even aware of this. This is like a subconscious behavior.
Just body language.
Does the
Yeah.
imp like see through her disguise? Does it recognize that she's not human?
I mean, he hasn't addressed her at all.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't seem like disgusted by her presence like he does with Seraphina or anything.
Gotcha.
Does she seem interested in anything in magic stuff in the shop?
Let me see. Where is her thing? There it is. I mean, she probably finds a fairly nice looking bow, or something, and is checking it out. If anything, she has kind of been wanting a weapon, like a proper one.
Don't know how I feel about that. I already tried to stab Ishu once. Wait, is Ishu with us? Yeah, he is. He bought something.
Yeah, he bought something.
Yeah,
The billowing.
Yeah, the Cloak of Billowing. I think maybe about this time Ishu's finished putting it on. And
the blood bombing.
yeah, and it's billowing or whatever, looking super heroic. And he pulls out the one that was all torn up and stuff. And he will cast a spell on it. I accidentally cast it in GM only. He has a cantrip. And he starts trying to repair it because it wasn't magical, right? It was just a regular cloak.
Yeah, it
Does
was
the
just
spell
regular.
work?
It was just really nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So he probably starts to use mending to try to fix all the different tears. It might take him a while because
Does
only
that work in here?
no, that's right. It doesn't. So he goes to cast mending on it, and nothing happens. And he probably just like looks up at you guys and looks kind of disappointed. And then he says, he probably says to the imp, "Hey, magic's not working. What's the deal with that?" And the imp says, "Don't worry about it. Just cast your stuff when you leave." And Ishu says, "Fine. I'll be outside." And he just like walks out the door.
Orilyn
have-
follows Ishu.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we have any idea of what's gonna happen to us once we leave? I guess only Odayn
Well,
knows.
Ishu's about to find out. Let me make a wisdom saving throw for him.
If Vash has an idea of what will happen, he will follow
He
Ishu out.
fails.
I forget, was this something related to charm?
This is basically.
Do you show?
I mean, it's.
Well, here, I'll link why I'm asking, because I can't remember last time if I got advantage or not. So.
Yeah, they have advantage on charm effects.
I mean, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull up the spell that it would be, and we can see what the spell is, what the spell says if it's a charm spell. So the spell, can I have it pulled up? I guess I can just copy and paste it. That's fine. I'll just copy and paste it.
It does say the charmed target. On a failed save, the target becomes charmed by the duration. I assume you're using modify memory, right?
Yeah. All right. Then yeah, it would be a charm.
Cool, I get advantage. It was a wisdom save?
It was when you walk out. If you're not walking out, I guess you said you're following him. Yeah.
Yeah,
this
she's
is gonna
following
break it
Ishu.
anyways.
Okay, as you may have guessed, that is not enough to succeed on this roll. I'm pretty sure
It's because she's in a bad mental state still.
I will follow them out.
So you're gonna follow them out too. All right, make your wisdom.
I would, yeah. I'm done shopping. I do have an advantage because I have advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Well, I will say before we do that, I'm gonna sing something.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, that's cool. That would have been useful for Ishu or let's.
I left.
All right, and it's not a spell, right? So. Okay,
Um,
Ash, you're definitely
Wow.
You're definitely fine with the natural 19. You're fine. So Ishu walks out, and then he stops like right outside the door, and he's like, "Wait, what?" And then Orilyn comes out and bumps into him because he just like stopped immediately, and then what do you do, Orilyn? You forget what you're doing here, how you got here. You remember you were about to go into some store or something? But
Well,
you, yeah,
What is this? Where did this come from? Because she still got the pot in her arm.
yeah. Ishu turns around. Wait, what? What are you? How do we? And then I guess Vash comes out, right?
Yeah. Now I have a question. Is there any way for Vash to tell what the spell was attempting to do?
I mean, does modify memory tip you off if you succeed on it?
Oh, I have no idea. Actually,
Let's see.
it might. Um,
Blah.
so
Such a long spell.
it is. I don't think it says that though. It's not like detect dots.
I think you feel here's what I'll give you. You feel the effect of some kind of magic. Try to do something to you. And I'll allow like an Arcana check to see if you can tell what it is. DC 15.
I'm sufficiently bad at those. That's
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, you can't tell what it is, but you feel some magical effect try to take hold of you when you cross the foyer or the doorway or whatever. But you know you've been able to shake it off.
all right. Vash should just give a little shake like he had the chills. Well, ready to go, Orilyn.
And Odayn, you're fine too, assuming that was your save.
I sort of remember that as we exit the door, something happens. So that's why I preemptively do a little whistle to help everyone else pass through the door.
The
So I guess that's Melora and Feast or Seraphina still has to.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So Seraphina slams one of the papaya seed on the table before she leaves. It's like, eat this if you want. And then,
Okay. Okay, you fail.
darn.
All right. I think we see you walk out, and that's after you leave. The M comes out of whatever he was hiding behind, and is like sniffing at the papaya thing you smushed into the counter. And Melora, I guess, we'll have her leave and make her safe.
Plus 23 to the god.
She fails.
Nope.
She doesn't have a very good wisdom bonus. Yeah, so she walks out, and then she's like, wait, what was happening? And then she sort of like shakes her head. She's probably a little bit more used to this feeling than you guys are.
True.
Don't worry about it, Melora.
Did
we
they
just went
did
into
they
a
not
store.
remember Odayn?
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened last time. There's some sort of magic, I think. I thought my whistling could help them, but I guess not.
Sorry, your counter charm should have worked. What does it do?
It just gives them.
It just gives them advantage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they
I don't
just
think it would've
rolled
helped
bad.
either.
Yeah.
With that being pointed out, Vash is going to go to Ishu and Orilyn and point out the new things they have and explain what they do.
Okay.
I assume he was paying attention while people were shopping.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh wow, this cloak is pretty cool. Look at it." Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, you
Thank you.
suck. Hi.
Orilyn kind of stares off, lost in thought for a moment after you tell her what the awakened pot does, or pot of awakening.
I think Odayn's going to do the same thing for Seraphina since we got the same item.
Okay. So you guys both have like a strength of 20 now or something like that?
19.
That's
19.
19.
Okay. Alright.
Such
Great.
a strong item. I love it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, let's say we all go back to the end, have a quick drink, and then me and you, Orilyn, can go see who we can help.
What?
Ah, damn it. All right. I would like your assistance in going and growing some things. You said yes inside the shop.
I don't remember this.
Deception check.
Does she have to roll for the items?
She'll have to roll for insight to see if she can tell if she really told you yes inside the shop, right?
I really need something in deception because I do it too much.
Yeah, you do. You do it a lot. Oh, what do we do?
Oh wow.
Wait, what?
Reroll again.
I on most things need it beaten.
Oh yeah.
So
But
I
which
would say
ones-
she probably
Beat it.
would.
Which
Is
ones-
it my insight beating your deception, or your
That's true,
deception beating
too.
my insight?
Yeah, that's my
Oh.
question.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we could reroll if you want. I was
yeah,
gonna say that she won.
Straight roll.
Yeah, I think it could be argued either way here, kind of, because this. Yeah, just re-roll. Just both of you guys re-roll.
Go well.
Oh my.
Oh.
What?
All right, let's see if I get a nat 22. Nope. She's
Wow,
she's
it's a
still
cl-
like, I don't remember this, so I didn't say it. And then she thinks about some more. But I do have this in my hand, and this in my pocket. I'll have this bag.
Yeah.
She's gonna look at Odayn.
Yeah, that's the bag that you've been wanting since the last time you were here. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Also, I have no idea what Vash has planned, but I know you're really into growing things, so I don't see why you would not do it.
Do the
Hey.
mental link. Vash just says thank you.
Can I ask back what exactly his plan is? He
So
needs our help.
in the link he says, you could come if you want, but I'm not sure exactly how helpful you'd be. I know me and Orilyn both have the ability to make things magically grow. I'm gonna go and try and sell my wares to some farmers.
Wait, does he know? She hasn't used it before.
Then I would not know, but it's still up your alley, so I think he would still invite you to go.
Yeah.
We
You
can
know
help.
that she can speak with plants, probably, but she's never used plant growth before.
Okay, so you may be able to speak with plants, but I don't think he's ever seen one speak back. So he probably just assumes that's a weird quirk of that you talk to plants.
I don't think you've actually seen. Have you actually talked to plants in front of him?
I'm gonna say that in her delirium while she was dying, one of the nights that they stopped to rest, she probably cast it just to talk.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. You also were talking to that really sick plant out in front of the inn that one time.
Yeah,
Vash-
but that was
yeah.
before Vash
Yeah.
rejoined us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought she talked to one at the very first inn that we stayed in the town that is no longer.
It may have happened there too.
She didn't have plant growth or speak with
to
plants back
plants.
then. 'Cause that's a third level
Oh.
spell.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
But I mean, yeah, me and Melora can go. Like I said, the more life experiences we have with her,
Welcome
maybe she can
home.
remember things.
well, you're welcome to come. That's once I actually find one who's willing to pay for it. But it takes me about 8 hours to cast a spell, so it might be a little boring.
I got a question. Is the name Melora triggering someone's like home? Like Amazon Home or something? Because I heard it speak.
Yeah.
Welcome home.
No, it was our my husband has it set up so that it registers his tile on his keys
Oh.
when he's like when he leaves and then comes back, and I
It's cool.
don't know why it just triggered just now because he was leaving with the puppy, but I don't know.
I thought it would be funny if it did. All right. Well,
It would
sorry.
be funny, but also bad.
Okay.
Well, we can stick around for a bit, and then if we get bored, we'll head back to the inn.
Let's make a quick
Well,
stop at the inn
maybe
first.
since we're growing things, maybe she can help water everything.
Couldn't hurt. That might kind of give away something.
Well, I
Maybe not.
think it can be practice because I need her help.
Yeah, bring her along.
She's like tilting her head at you guys.
Let's just do the mental link after all.
Oh, okay.
I figured the very last thing you said wasn't
Oh, okay.
just the Lord might want to get or something.
Right.
So, what are you gonna do, Seraphina, and you, Ishu?
I might head back at the inn.
Shall we all head back there first, and then I assume so? Would it be safe to say that the inn is on the way to the gate that we came through?
It can be. We haven't
It could be.
we haven't specifically said where you guys are in the town, but why don't we take a look? So there's a few gates.
Oh, we're right next to our gate. Never mind.
Yeah.
I guess we could just go out that gate and go look.
Yeah, that's fine. Or you guys can go back to the inn. I mean, the inn's probably around that same area too. It's up to you guys. You guys can do whatever you
I
want.
think the inn was one of the earlier buildings that we went to, and we had entered, and I think we went up this way, so I think it's probably one of these,
All right.
Oh, okay. So we went
or maybe
this
along
way
the
to find
side.
the shop then.
Probably.
Sure. Why don't we
Okay.
say that the shop is like right up here. I keep trying to move you guys on the viewing on the wrong window basically.
No.
Hang on. Yeah, okay, you guys are doing it. You got
Also,
it.
we're up here.
Yeah.
Oops. Here, back.
All I really know is we came up this way when we first got here the very first time. And Ishu is up in this area.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so which?
so
Sorry.
the inn is somewhere earlier
Yeah,
in
I
that.
think the inn is here somewhere.
Which gate did
Oh, way
we
over
come
there?
in this time?
I thought it was here, but I might be wrong.
I also thought it was where they're pointing.
Maybe we did come down this way. We came in here. I just know that we ended up looping all the way up there.
I think when
To find issue, yeah.
when you guys
Yeah.
first came into town, I think it was at the southeast gate. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I think 'cause we went up here and we got some food from that noodle shop or whatever it was, and then we went back this way to go to the inn.
Not that
Yeah,
it
that
really
makes more
matters.
sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Where the inn is.
It's not super important.
So my question though is, which gate did we come in from after finding the Lord? Same gate or a different gate?
No, Melora's place was. Let's look at the world map, shall we? I can kind
I
of show
assume
you.
it's the top right.
I think it was. I think it was the top right. Let's see here. Do we not have you guys on the map? Is that what's going on?
I think so.
Nope.
Not
Also,
yet.
this map always takes forever to load for me.
Oh, does it?
It's a
Alright.
big map.
Alright, I just gotta copy your tokens and bring you over to the world map real quick. I can kind of show you. I don't know. This map shouldn't really be too bad for you, Wolf. It's not it's just one image, I think. I do all the editing for this
internet.
one. Oh.
It was over here, right? Somewhere over here. These mountains.
I think it was okay. So I've got Tim's body on the map. Where it
No,
was.
those mountains had the dragon. We went to.
I think it's where Tim's body is.
Yeah, I think it was here because it wasn't at that
Or at
far away. It
least,
was
yeah.
like 3 days or something.
Yeah, it was like three or it was less than 6 days because you had 6 days, 6 or 7 days to get Orilyn back to the
Right.
before she was like fully turned. Remember that being a thing.
Yeah, this one has. This is where the dwarves are, and they have a dragon.
Yeah, if
someone
you're talking
asked
you're talking
for
about the
Ishi.
big the big mountain
Oh,
over there. It's like the
Yeah, I'm keeping
secret.
track of that.
Yeah.
Can't wait to go there.
Odayn would
there
not
might
want to
be
go
some
there.
stuff there. There might.
And then the flesh is to the bottom right? So the flesh
Yeah.
is down here.
Yeah, the flesh is down there where that big fleshy blob. That's the bloom, or is what I've been calling it.
Washington, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the same gate that we left out of, but
There
I don't
are
think Vash wants to go more than like 2 hours walking distance from the city to look for a farmer.
yeah. Here. I'll just put you guys like that for now. I usually like smush you all down into one hex and then just like put you in a place or whatever, but that's fine.
Right.
All right. Let's I guess we can actually hang out in the town while we're talking about what you guys are doing in the town. Okay. So you're just going outside the gates and you're looking for like some farmland, some place where they're growing some stuff, huh?
Yeah, if we don't have to pass by the inn, then I guess we're splitting with Seraphina and Ishu, right?
Go with Seraphina.
If you don't want to go with. So I will establish a mental link with Seraphina.
If Ishu comes with us, he can show off his new cloak to peasants and distract them from Mel.
That depends, Ishu. Can you promise not to, set anything on fire?
I don't know. Yeah,
Maybe you
I'll
can
try.
eat a chicken.
Man, no trying. You gotta actually promise me.
Okay. I promise.
All right, I guess you can come with as well. Seraphina, why don't you just come with us?
There's a lot of people following me. I'm quite. I can't I don't know how to deal with them.
Yeah, there are. So people are just like coming up to Seraphina and asking for blessings. People are trying to sell things. There's probably a kid that comes up at some point and is like trying to offer you a reading. Tanchi, come get your reading for the Arcana. They're like, only 10 gold. 10 gold a reading.
Do
and
you think that's too much? I don't know what's with the gold, like the equivalent. I haven't been. I asked one of you guys.
10 gold is definitely too much.
It is.
It's a bit expensive, yeah. Hey, Ked.
Yes?
Why so expensive?
The Tianchi has gold. Right? Surely
What made you think that?
Surely the Blessed One has gained much gold on her adventures, yes? 10 gold is a measly sum for one blessed by heaven such as you. And he's like bowing to Seraphina.
Anything weird about this kid?
Do you want to make like an insight check on him or something?
I would love to.
Yeah, go for it. Your passive perception's also pretty high, right?
18, yeah.
Yeah, so the kid's dirty. He's covered in rags. He's rather skinny. but he doesn't seem to be lying. He seems to be telling the truth.
Orlin's gonna go up to the kid and she's gonna point at her face. She's still got some tears leaking out of her eyes, by the way. And she's gonna say, she doesn't have money, and being a hero is a very thankless task, as you can see. I almost died yesterday.
Yeah,
In
the
the
kid.
background, Vash
And-
sucks.
The kid like nods solemnly.
But
And
if
she's almost died. And nobody pays her.
and then she feels sorry for the kid, and would this suffice? She gives 1 platinum.
I mean, that's 10 gold. So
Yep.
yeah, that will suffice.
That's right.
So you're giving the kid a platinum coin?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the kid like grabs it like yeah, he's really greedy to get a hold of this platinum coin. Like bites it to make sure it's real or whatever, you know. And he like looks around to make sure that nobody else sees him, I guess.
Does anyone else see him?
I want to roll a d20 to see. We'll say if it's
I
like
also
higher if it's like higher than 15, somebody sees him. No, he's not spotted.
Orlin,
Yeah, he just pockets it and he like waves you toward where the reading is. He's like gesturing down an alley or something.
Of course he is.
Orlin's gonna look at Odayn and say, I don't think she should be left alone.
Why don't you get a reading for
She's
her?
worse with value than Ishu was.
I guess we can go with her if you guys want to go farming.
Why don't you get a reading from Laura as well? I know it'll be pretty funny. And then Vash will go, Mel, because he forgot.
Okay, yeah.
We can do that.
She's like,
Uh,
why would that be funny? I don't understand. What is this reading he's talking about?
Don't worry, Mel. Vash has an interesting sense of humor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, here's my question. So it sounds like you guys are wanting to split up so some people can go get readings while others go try to grow crops. Is Melora going to grow the crops or going to get the readings?
Orlin
think
still
Vash would
wants
follow.
Melora.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to see what the readings say.
Okay,
I
so
think
the change
Melora
of
will
like
follow. I think Melora will follow Odayn.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah.
And Orilyn suggested that I stay with Seraphina, so I'm assuming Melora's coming with us.
Fair. All right, is everybody else going? Vash was like, I kind of want to see this reading.
Yeah, Vash would be interested to see what happens. So Vash will follow for the moment. He just wants to see what happens.
Okay. Orilyn?
Orlin's gonna follow and she's probably gonna say, maybe we should all just stick together.
All right, so change of plans. We're all gonna go get a reading, or at least watch someone else in the party get a
I mean,
reading.
how long?
I mean,
can that
she
take?
paid enough for. Wait, he asked
Just
for
for
10
one.
gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's paid enough for one.
But
My
also,
turn to
like,
go.
that's like more than enough for readings for everyone. And that was the Tianchi price, basically. But you know, on the upside, at least you don't have to deal with people like trying to get you to kiss their babies or anything. Like, I think the kid is able to like kind of pull you away from the crowd down this alley. It's not like particularly seedy looking or anything. The area is relatively poor. And the place he's taking you to doesn't have a sign or anything. It's probably just like someone's house. And so he takes you guys up to like and it's kind of like ramshackle. A lot of these houses are like smushed together and or built one on top of the other. It's all wood here. And yeah, he probably just like walks you guys up to this door, and he turns around before he knocks, and he says, "Don't you worry, Tianxi. My mother gives the best readings." And he like knocks on the door, and there's no answer, right? And then he knocks louder, and there's like a what? What is it? What do you want? And he's like, Mom, I've got a customer. Someone wants a reading. It's a Tianxi, mother. And you're like, hold on a second. I'll be right there. Like suddenly much nicer, right?
Is he trying to lead us into the house, or is he trying to get his mother to come outside?
He's trying to lead us in.
Yeah, he's trying to lead you guys in.
Okay. Orilyn, because she is of noble birth, doesn't really want to go into some dirt floor house.
What a snob.
She thinks it's kind of sketchy, to be honest.
I mean,
So
it kind
I'm
of is.
gonna roll to see how sketchy she thinks this is.
I mean, you rolled a 7. I'll let you decide how sketchy you think it is.
She thinks it's worse than it really is.
It's the thought that counts.
Do you think we could do this out here?
I think it's probably safer inside.
Yeah. The kid kind of furrows his brows at you when you say that. You can't do a reading without a proper table. Candles have to be lit. Mother, she puts out a gold coin, and this little stick, and she fills a cup with water and she puts that at the table. And usually like this old little knife that she has, she'll put at the table too. These are all things that like they contribute to the reading. Can't do it out here.
Orilyn, that's how my mother used to do it.
Does she beat you with the stick?
Yeah. The kid like snickers. He says, "No, it's the stick she uses for the reading is not big enough." And he says,
The knife rusty.
He says, "Besides, I try not to make her upset."
Why's that? Bit of a temper your
Sounds
mother has, eh?
scary.
The kid says, "I used to have an older brother."
What?
He
Sell them
laughs.
off into slavery?
He laughs. Make an insight check.
Vash or Orilyn?
Whoever wants to when he says, "I used to have an older brother." Anybody who wants to can.
Nice.
Okay. Wow.
Now I roll high.
Nice
Okay.
rolls.
Okay. So he never had an older brother. He's just messing with you.
And Orilyn, if you go inside, maybe you can get them to follow Oberon.
Eyes sparkle a little bit, and she walks inside.
You always seem to know just what to say there, Odayn. Got her all figured out, don't you?
A little bit.
He can persuade her easily.
All right.
Well done.
So let me see here.
I mean, he's also the only person that she really trusts in the group still, so.
I'll tell Ishu you said that.
All right. So
And
you guys,
Melora.
Melora doesn't even know who she is. How can you trust somebody who they don't even know who they are?
That's a philosophical question we're not going to get into right now.
That is a pretty complicated question. All right. So you guys walk
Sorry.
into the place, presuming everyone is walking in with Orilyn.
Yep.
Eventually the door does open. Maybe it just takes like 45 seconds to a minute. Long enough for someone to throw a robe on, maybe maybe fix their hair, that kind of thing. The inside of the place is it's a dirt floor. Fairly Spartan, I guess. There's not a whole lot of like furniture or anything. It would open to the main rooms. There would be like a table with like a modest cloth on it. It is clean, relatively free of tears and holes. And somebody roll me a D22.
A D22.
Me too.
Yes. Anybody.
Interesting. Go for it.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
Oh, okay, cool. This is cool. Let me make sure this is right. Yeah, okay. So this is funny. There would be like on this in the center of the cloth that's on the table, there's like a depiction of a large wheel with several symbols around the edges. It almost looks like a drawing of like a sundial, kind of. You all would most likely recognize this. Maybe not Orilyn. But I don't know. You've been in this world for a while now. Maybe you're starting to pick up on some of this stuff. It's the Wheel of Fortune. And the woman is wearing relatively, at least they were at one point, nice robes. They might be a little bit dirty and worn now. There are letters on the drawing. Let me see if we got like a proper description for what the symbols mean. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. That's cute. Okay, all right. And yeah. I mean, the lady is probably wearing like a relatively worn, but once probably a fairly nice robe. It's probably like a darkish amber color. And she probably has like a little hat she wears too. And yeah, and she opens the door and like gestures for you all to come in and maybe bows. She definitely looks at Seraphina for a long while. But yeah, I mean, you guys walk in. What do you guys want to do?
Orlin's gonna lead the way, and the first thing out of her mouth is, "Have you heard of the Green Lord Oberon?"
She shakes her head. She
You
says,
should learn about him.
She says, she says, Green Lord Oberon. No, is that a new warlord rising up in the jungles?
He's more than just a warlord.
Okay, if
Not
you say
just a
so.
warlord. He's got other qualities.
Well,
Vash, as he walks through the door, will pull a single seed out of his bag of flower seeds and druid craft it to grow and hand it to her.
oh, okay. So you just like you just grow a flower in your hand and hand it to the lady doing the reading.
Mhm.
Yeah, she smiles and gingerly plucks it from your hand and bows and says, "Thank you, sir. It's been a long
Courtesy of the
time."
Green Lord.
She says, "Oh, okay. Sorry, it's been a long time since a young man has handed me a flower."
Vash will just nod slowly and then step aside.
All right.
I wink at Vash. What was that?
She says, "Feel free to have a seat. Make yourself at home. Who are we doing the reading for today?"
It's for our group.
Oh, the whole group. Would you like a typical past, present, future reading?
Sure.
I mean, that's kind of what you guys always do. You could do like a reading on an
Mhm.
individual person if you want. Also, it's up to you guys.
Can you do one on the Green Lord?
Sorry. Oh, you're asking if she can
And-
do a reading on the Green Lord. Um,
Yeah.
she says, I suppose I could try. It would be difficult to do without him here, of course.
He's here.
In spirit, she means, always with us.
Oh, a lost loved one, perhaps. I understand. We do readings for that sort of thing all the time. She says, I'm going to put a kettle of tea on. Would any of you like some?
I'm fine, but thank you very much.
She nods. She there's not doors to separate rooms. I mean, there's walls in this little shack, but the doorways are probably just open. So she steps through a doorway. You hear the clang, it's like ting of like pots and pans or something, and yeah, you probably hear like a little fire starting up, and she steps back in. She's probably keeping an eye on that room. Um, are you guys moving into the room and sitting down and looking around at things? There might be a few herbs hung up in some different places. Maybe the occasional old worn tapestry for the Wheel of Fortune. Is there you guys want to try to pick up on anything? Try to deduce clues from looking at the house or anything like that?
Orilyn's gonna look at the herbs.
I'm gonna lean against the wall near the door where I have a good view of where I assume the readings can go.
I'm gonna go into the room with her and see if she needs any help with the tea.
Okay. So the herbs, I mean, you're pretty in touch with plants. Most of this stuff is herbs associated with healing rituals or healing magics. Maybe some that are
Mhm.
more just there for pleasant scent, right? There might be some lavender type things. Just some stuff to help, make the air a little bit more pleasant in
Mhm.
here. Odayn, you were checking on watching her with the tea.
Yeah. I want to ask what her name was
Oh, okay.
and how long she's been doing this. Making small chit chat while she's doing that.
Yeah. Let me generate a name for this lady. Her name is Faizi. Faisal, actually.
I see.
I'll type it out for you. It would be Pheissil.
And what's the name of the little boy who brought us here?
Little boy is Ezric.
Thanks for the tea, Faisal.
Yeah, she bows. And she says, "Thank you for your patronage."
Have you been doing this long?
She says, "Used to be much busier when we still worked with the temple, but things have been more difficult since the boy's father passed."
Oh, you used to work with the temple?
She nods.
Are you a cleric?
She shakes her head. No,
And what capacity did you work with them?
mostly read fortunes. Fortunes are particularly important with the wheel, obviously.
Right. But the father's your husband's passing, how did that stop you from working with the temples?
Oh, they weren't related. It's just that after I first left the temple, the boy's father was working, brought in most of the coin. I was able to stay at home, raise the family. Um, the boy's father got sick. Very strong cough. Lasted for a long time. Eventually, he succumbed.
Sorry to hear that.
Uh, she seems nonchalant about it, kind of. Make an insight check.
making a lot of these. Let's see.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Can I aid him?
Sure, yeah, you can have help from Vash, so that give you advantage.
Vash is just quietly listening.
Oh, wow.
Oof, wow.
How does that happen? You're pretty
So
sure she
disappointed.
killed her husband. You're pretty sure she
Oof.
killed her husband, I think. Like,
Oof.
so like I think
I
think the
step a
thought
few steps away from her.
I think the thought enters your mind and you're like, oh, I don't want to drink this tea. Oh, look, there's the cheers from Unrooted for the Grit 1. Thank you, Unrooted.
Suddenly, Orilyn's suspicion of not going in clicks.
I help her bringing the tea, but then I hand it out to everyone else. But then I move Melora to the back of the room.
Yeah,
And
she's just
keep our distance.
yeah. She's just heating up the tea on like a little like an iron wood stove. It's got like a pipe that's like made to vent like the smoke and stuff, but it's just like hanging out a window or something, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah. So eventually, at some point, the tea comes to a boil, and she pulls the pot off the stove, and maybe she pulls like a poker in, and like messes with the like pokes at the wood inside, trying to put the fire out. Maybe even pours like a little bit of the water in to do that. And then she makes her way back into the main room where everyone could be seated around like a table. Okay, so you guys want to just do the reading?
So, who's first?
Sound like you want to do the whole group first, yeah?
Oh, you can do a reading on the group?
Yeah, we usually do that, right? Like for
Yeah.
Oh,
Before, yeah.
I thought it was on individuals.
we can definitely do the individual readings too. It sounded like Odayn wanted to do like the typical like reading we do for like a whole group, I think. We don't have to.
Yep.
I think
I
we
don't
start with the
remember
whole
the last
group.
time.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. And you know, this is good for the DM too. This kind of stuff gives me ideas for like themes to mess with during this arc and stuff. Just to be honest. So I'm gonna make sure the deck is shuffled. Let me make sure I recall any cards that might still be missing because that does happen sometimes. All right. So we'll just do the past, present, future dealio. It's been so long, I forgot how to draw cards.
Sure.
I think you just pull it, right?
Yeah. So here's our first one, which 7 of Cups. That might be interesting. All right, let me pull up the second one. Oh, the 10 of Sticks, the 10 of Wands. This is not a good card, guys. That's for your present, too. Okay. Well, we'll get to that in a second, but that's typically a bad omen. Pretty much all the Wand cards are not good. Pretty much. You can tell by looking at the card, the guy does not look happy. Okay, the Hanged Man. This can be good or bad. Interesting. Hangman is an Arcana. All right.
Is that the Fool?
No, it's actually not the Fool.
It's its something. Okay, I see.
All right. Let's move so the people watching can see here. All right.
Oh,
So let me let's start with the first one, the 7 of Cups. Let me see here. Okay. Cups are usually about like emotion, or passion, that kind of thing. 7 of Cups symbolizes imagination, choice, wishful thinking, illusion, and fantasy. This is for your past, right? Card shows a person with their back turned toward us, contemplating 7 images creeping out of the cups, all of which are floating in the clouds. Clouds represent dreams, illusions, thoughts. These are numerous fantasies that are appearing from the cups, which are representative of the many visions that one sees while dreaming. The Seven of Cups may imply that you have a number of options to choose from. Now, this is in your past. So, most likely, and this is the lady would be telling you all this stuff, and some of this stuff you guys might just know intrinsically. Like, remember, your characters are used to living in this world. They're used to dealing with, for the majority of your characters, Orilyn, probably an exception. Maybe Vash too, to some extent. I think we've talked a little bit about the possibility that Vash has kind of lived on the outskirts of the Arcana somewhat. But for the most part, you see the card, and your character would know at least the general idea of what it means. To draw the Seven of Cups in a reading shows that you need to clearly see the shadows and visions in your imagination, not only in your dreams, but also in the real world. You should be careful of wishful thinking and be alert of choices that you make. In one sense, Seven of Cups indicates you're a dreamer who's both excited and afraid of the things you see in your unconscious. This is like almost calling Vash out.
Mhm.
I
For
wasn't going to say anything.
like this card is almost like it's almost like it's trying to get Vash's attention specifically. Now the lady giving you the reading may not pick up on this, but I feel like some of the people, those who kind of know what's going on with Vash, might kind of pick up on this. Like maybe this is like a message directly to you from the Arcana. Let's see here. Okay. Although it's good to have dreams and wishes, it's better to take action attaining those dreams. At one point in life, you need to stop fantasizing and face the reality of life. Okay. If you're unable to make a decision due to many options that are available, you should evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of each option. So just like weighing your choices kind of thing. Basically is a lot of what this card talks about. You need to separate what's real and what's not so you can make better choices. I'm just looking at what Vash said here. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of the gist of this card. I say we move on to the next one. The 10 of Wands. This should be interesting. I'm pretty sure I know what this card means. It represents like burden and stuff, but let me pull it up and give you the proper description. A man is shown carrying a heavy burden of wood in the form of 10 bundled wands, approaching a town which is not too far. The image of 10 wands indicates a person who has already struggled in life and has succeeded, and he is now carrying the harvest to his final destination. Okay, it's not entirely bad. Although he is not near the destination, it shows that he has finished the hardest part of life's struggle and just needs a place to relax and revel in his success. This card shows you've already completed the circle of struggle. After spending, this is almost like the struggle might be the dungeon you guys just came out of. And this is the present, right? So this could symbolize you guys have come back to town like this man with all your spoils. And now it's time to revel in that success, buy magical items, that kind of thing. I mean, it could be not so bad, meaning, after spending too many resources and lots of energy looking for success, you have finally overcome the obstacles. The sweat of your brow was worth it. Your efforts have finally been rewarded. You may find yourself living in a world of abundance where poverty and suffering have no chance to intervene. Although it sounds marvelous and satisfying, this card depicts a lot of responsibilities on your side. You're now the sole problem solver in your circle of family and friends, which could even propel you into another world of challenges. At this point, you're also flooded with responsibilities to maintain your success. The businesses that you have started are flourishing and keeping you on your toes. The main problem is that these issues could overwhelm you if you lose control, which requires you to make sure that you know how to prioritize and solve the relevant ones. Think of it this way. This card represents like having a lot of plates up in the air kind of thing, right? Like, it's good because it represents success, but it could be too much at any point. You could start dropping the plates. And that's your present. fits pretty good, I think. The Hanged Man, which is your future. This could be good and bad. Just as like comparison, Wolf, the Hanged Man might be like, was it Lathander that Gregory was patron was in your
It
game?
was Lathander.
Lathander? Okay. Kind of a similar concept a bit. Let's pull it up. There's some positivity to it though. Okay. All right. And the Hanged Man, it depicts a man who's suspended upside down. He's hanging by his foot from the living world tree. This tree is rooted deep down in the underworld and is known to support the heavens. It is believed that the hanging man is actually positioned there by his own free will. We believe this because of the serene expression on his face. His right foot is bound to the branches, but the left remains free. At the same time, he's holding his hands behind his back in a way which forms an inverted triangle. His red pants represent the physical body and human passion, while the blue he wears in his shirt represent calm emotions, a color combination that is commonly seen in saints. His intellect is symbolized by the yellow color of his shoes, hair, and the halo around his head. The Hanged Man understands his position is a sacrifice that he needed to make in order to progress forward. So this could mean that in order to go forward, your future might involve some sort of sacrifice. Whether it's repentance for past wrongdoings, Seraphina, this is you, or a calculated step backward to recalculate your path onward. This time he spends here will not be wasted. He does this as part of his progression forward, and he's aware of this. His upside down state can also symbolize the feeling of those that walk a spiritual path, for they see the world differently. Where there are others that do not understand the need to sacrifice, you see it differently. It's a natural course of action for you to walk the path alone. It's kind of might apply to all of you in some way, but I think it particularly could apply to Seraphina. It could also represent the need to suspend a certain action which you're currently carrying out. It might represent a period of indecision. It may mean that certain actions or decisions that you're about to make you might need to be careful to properly implement them, or even postpone them, because there might be another thing that comes up that's more urgent. It does say, in fact, it would be ultimately best if you're capable of stalling certain actions in order to ensure you have more time to reflect on making critical decisions. So, that is kind of the gist of that. I will let you guys make of that what you will.
The Hanged Man.
The Hanged Man. Self-sacrifice for the greater
Does she
good.
know what it means? Does she like recognize the card, or seeing it's one of the major arcana?
You're talking about Melora, right?
Yeah.
I think she's probably most excited when she sees the cups. Like there's a look of familiarity on her face when she sees the cups, and her face probably lights up slightly. The when the wands card is flipped, there's no reaction. She doesn't seem to understand what it means, what it represents, or anything. And her reaction to the cups was almost like, "Ooh, that's a pretty image," kind of thing. When the Hanged Man is flipped, the look on her face is, she recognizes it. Definitely. Let me make a roll for her. Okay. Well, I accidentally rolled a second time. So she recognizes this one for sure, and I think she instinctively reaches out to touch the card, and she says, I think I know this one. I think I know this one for sure. I've met this man.
You have?
The lady at
Where?
the lady at the table, her eyes go pretty wide, and she says, "Darling, I'm sure you're mistaken." And she says, "No."
Hi.
She says, "No, I'm pretty sure I've met this man, the Hanged Man. That's familiar." And she looks at you, Odayn, like, "Come on, back me up here."
I think maybe your injury's getting to you there, Mel.
Where did you see him, Mel?
She looks confused by what Vash says. Let me see. I'm gonna have her make an insight check, see if she can pick up on what you're trying to do, Vash, which is basically telling her to shut up. Insight is wisdom, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fine. We can kill these people.
Oh.
You're like, nope.
She says, I don't have an injury. I remember I met this man.
Where did you meet him, Mel?
She kind of like squints. I give her another wisdom check. It was a long time ago. I think it was when you know how I said we knew each other before what you were talking about with the thing when you were a kid.
Right. Right.
She says, I think it was around the same time. Like we met around the same time I met him.
Have I met him before?
She squints at you. Let me make another check for her here.
Wait, should I do a wisdom check?
I don't. I mean, you can, but unless you roll a crit 20, I don't think it matters. Go ahead and try.
um.
No.
Yep. Nope.
Let me see here. Where is? Yeah. I don't. You don't have any idea. No. Like you're like I would know if an Arcana had talked to me, kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah, she seems certain that she's met him, but she can't remember a specific memory. She says he paid a price. He paid a price for everyone, for all of you. Everyone in this room. Everyone in this town.
And what is that price?
She shrugs.
Do you at least remember what he got in return?
She shakes her head. I don't think he's gotten anything. I think it's everyone else who got something.
Do you think he was that dragon we saw?
Dragon? No, he's a man. Dragon. Dragons are all dead. Ishu's like, wait,
I mean,
all of them?
there was a dead one at the bottom of your pond.
She says, she shakes her head. The Arcana are not dragons. No, the Arcana tell dragons what to do.
Does that? I look at the old lady, and I whisper to Melora, "Does that mean that you've met all the Arcana?"
Let me see.
How old is the old lady, by the way?
She's probably old enough for her hair to be going white.
Okay.
Mel says, she shrugs. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure I meant this one.
Odayn's just gonna sigh. Like, you were so close, so like getting her to remember something, but I don't think she remembered enough. Kind of sigh.
We haven't even done a reading on her yet. But, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what Vash is here for. He's waiting for that.
Can I ask Faisal if she can do one on Melora next?
Faisal, yeah, she'll do one on Melora. We can just go ahead and do it really quick if you want.
So she didn't react at all to.
I
all this
mean,
talk about Khan.
yeah. She's if you guys are talking about all this stuff out loud, she's looking at Melora like she's crazy.
You all are real.
She's
great at keeping secrets.
She's trying to be polite because you guys have given a lot of money to them. But yeah, she's just like, okay, whatever, crazy lady thinks she met the hanged man. Kind of thing. All right, let's reshuffle. And we're just gonna have Melora draw a single card. Let's see what it is. I kind of want to cheat on this one, but I'm not going to. So.
And go for it.
Two of Cups.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good because if I was gonna cheat, I would have picked a cup card probably. Let's see what the Two of Cups means. There's a reason she reacted to the Cups card in the last reading. Okay, so the card shows an image of a man and a woman exchanging cups in the ceremony. There's a symbol of Hermes Caduceus in between, which is often related to negotiation, trade, cosmic energy, protection, proper conduct, and duality. The Two of Cups refers to something quite positive. One of the most auspicious cards in the tarot for relationships, whether romantic, business, or otherwise. I think this is more in relation to her and you, Odayn. Like this card showed up to in her reading to like represent her connection to you. I don't know if the lady given the reading would know that, but she would definitely mention the tie to romantic relationships and stuff like that. The chimera above the caduceus symbolizes fire and passion and governs this partnership. To see the Two of Cups indicates a partnership built on the union of forces, a strong connection, and a balanced and equal partnership. The exchange of cups suggests that each party's emotions are intertwined with the others, and each participant's feelings have profound effects on the other. A strong pair is indicated here, the joy of two becoming one. So I think as the woman is explaining this, I think Melora keeps looking at Odayn.
James again. We'll have to stare at her.
Do what?
I remember the last time she stared at me, I had to do a wisdom save. And she charmed me.
And then she almost killed you by accident.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't try to kill you again. I mean, if anything, she almost seems like she's afraid to touch you now. Because she almost killed you before. But yeah. Orilyn, I mean, or anybody else can make like an insight check on her. If you like.
I have a question.
Okay.
While she's getting her reading, could I cast Detect Thoughts on Melora?
I mean, you can. Sure.
Another one.
For Odayn.
I'm oblivious.
You're completely oblivious to this.
Jeez.
Okay, so she's infatuated with Odayn. She's not really sure why, Vash, but there's definitely some kind of familiarity there. She's got like it's almost like a schoolgirl crush kind of thing. But Vash, you might pick because you rolled higher. You might see this more as misplaced emotion. Like the emotion she's really feeling is something different, but she doesn't know how to interpret it because she's so like fresh of mind that she's interpreting it as some kind of romantic feeling when it's actually not.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I'll keep that to myself for now.
okay. Detect thoughts. Let's take
So
a
I learn her surface thoughts for free, and then if I delve deeper, she's gonna make a save.
her surface thoughts are like, wow, look at Odayn's hair. like that's what's going on in her mind, like in her surface.
What about
thoughts, right?
when the cups card is pulled?
I mean, she recognizes the cups on the card, and there's a certain identification with the cups symbol in particular for her. She seems to almost consent to the card being drawn. Like, okay, yes, this is my card. It has a cup. I like the cups. I feel like the cups represent me, kind of thing. But she's not really sure why. It's just sort of like a natural primordial reaction to it.
Maybe it's because they were using cups to do stuff when they had her in their cave.
I mean, it could be a lot of things. I'll allow. I mean, Vash, you gonna share this information with anybody? I'll allow you to make a religion check to see if you can figure out the significance of the cups.
Vash is give it a shot, but he's purposely ignored and disregarded a lot of information about the Arcana and stuff like that, unless it seemed useful.
Well, the suits of the Arcana do have some relationship with like the elements, right? There's 4 suits to the Arcana. There's 4 main elements, right? And I think that's probably. I mean, you rolled 14. That's probably what clues you in the most. Is that you're aware that there's a tie between primordial water and cups. Like there's like primordial water, energy, magic, whatever you want to call it, is more representative in the cups of the tarot, and also like in cups territory in the world, and it goes beyond that. Like the culture of people in the cups territory flows like water. The people are passionate. They're driven by emotion, and Melora herself is a fairly emotional being. She's often overcome by emotions from memories that come back to her. Like sometimes she gets sad when she's remembering things and can't really control it. She can't really like be around people, or sometimes. That being said, she does also like go with the flow or whatever. You know, like she doesn't like fight you guys on anything you do or anything.
True, not usually.
But yeah, I think with a 14, that's pretty much all the information I can give you.
That's fair. Not super knowledgeable about the religion.
I mean, it makes sense that water and cups go together.
Right.
Fire and swords might go together, you know.
trying to think of, do I? Because this is a new connection for Vash. He wouldn't have, like, maybe he's putting it together as it's happening and seeing how her reaction is to the cup, or the cups card, the two different cups cards. But I get the feeling that, like, going to the cups territory would help bring her memory back or anything like that.
There's nothing that would tell you that.
No.
You might think it was odd that she wasn't in Cup's territory. Like, that might cross your mind. If she feels so at home with the Cups, then, why didn't we find her in Cups? Why wasn't she there?
We're in coins, right?
Here,
Is
let's
that right?
take a look. You're basically in a border region
I
between
always forget.
coins and swords, I think.
Coins and swords. Okay. And swords is
Yeah,
purple.
swords is red, coins is yellow on the world map. Here, let me show the viewers. Yeah.
There's a lot of water in coins.
Yeah, there is.
Sort of.
Purple up top is the Cups region. They do have like a lot of seafaring folk, right? Like a lot of the like the armies of swords and coins focus on like infantry. Wands doesn't really do like military. They have wizards and stuff that are their like fighters or whatever. But there is some piracy that takes place mostly in the Cups territory part of the map. They're like shipbuilders and stuff live out here. I think was Odayn from Cups?
Let me double check. I think it was once.
Was it once?
I have to double check.
Okay.
Yeah, Juan's territory.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try and push deeper into her thoughts,
Sorry.
particularly maybe subconscious thoughts.
What were you gonna do? You broke up a little bit there.
He says he's gonna
I
push
said
deeper.
I'm gonna try and push deeper into her thoughts or detect thoughts.
Okay. Does she have to make a check?
Particularly like subconscious ones. Yeah, it's a DC 16 wisdom save.
All right. She doesn't have like a save bonus, so I'll just make a wisdom check.
Yeah, it's a wisdom save.
She rolled a 17.
Not bad. So she would know that I am in her head.
So she's like staring at Odayn, while this lady's talking about the card, whatever. And then she like shakes her head, and Vash, there's like a sound of a waterfall enters your mind. Like it's all you can hear. And then she starts staring at Vash, but now she's like scowling at him, like she's angry.
And saving also ends the spell immediately, so the connection is broken.
Okay. Well, that would be the waterfall that you currently hear in your mind. Think like you guys seen like, was it A Quiet Place where they hide from the creatures behind the waterfall or whatever because it makes a lot of noise?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Similar kind of sound.
I just raised an eyebrow at her.
I think she turns to Orilyn and she says, "He keeps poking around in my head." Like gestures to Vash.
Remind me when I'm feeling better and I'll slap him for you.
She nods, and she gives Vash a look like, "I'm watching you."
Vash just raises his eyebrows at her innocently.
All right. Does anybody else want to get a reading? Like you can do like a single card reading if you want.
Yeah, Orlin's gonna move up. is debating on if she should pull out her orb or not, and she decides not to because she doesn't want to get it dirty, you know. So she'll say, now you're doing for Oberon, right?
The lady nods. She says, do you have anything that belonged to him? It might help.
I have something he gave me.
She nods.
And she'll pull out the drift globe that he gave her.
Is this the drift globe I gave you like towards the beginning of the campaign, or is this the orb?
It's the drift globe. It's the drift globe that you gave me at the beginning of the campaign when I had asked if because I was starting late, if there was any magic items or anything that like the others would have gotten, if there's anything I should have to make it equal or anything, and you gave me this.
Okay,
Right.
but it's not the thing that he gave you.
Yeah, she doesn't want to get that dirty, so she's using something else.
Okay, so you're just using a random thing. All right, that may impact the reading. Okay. So I'll let you draw the card if you want to do that.
Put it out. I drew one.
You should be able to like drag it out on the map, I think.
Oh, there we go.
Cool. The Chariot, another Arcana. Interesting. All right. Well, let's pull up the Chariot, and I'll show that to you guys. The Chariot represents like strength, like typically an Arcana of strong, proud warrior, a fighter perhaps. It's all about like facing your challenges and overcoming them, gaining victory, controlling your surroundings, being like a perfect warrior, confidence, and that kind of thing. Strength, willpower are what it represents. It is another Arcana. But that might not be particularly important to you, Orilyn. The card represents using your skill to conquer the obstacle in your path, achieving your goals, maintaining focus, confidence, and determination through a hard path, a path full of obstacles. It sort of embraces like planning, making sure you're ready to meet the challenge, training, that kind of thing. And it may be a sign that it's good to plan and replan and structure before you take your next move. Make sure you're going to make the right decision and to approach it with your strongest and your best. Let's see. In the Chariot's quest for his goal, he may display some behavior that he has never seen within himself before. Competition and a desire to succeed has perhaps brought out more aggressive part of his personality. So we're talking like testosterone, aggression kind of stuff here. Let's see. Aggression's like a natural part of human nature.
Because I was gonna have her be Summer when she's over her depression.
Okay, so it could represent that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you were intending to do a reading on Oberon, but you got a reading on you instead.
Because she didn't use the orb.
Could be it, or it could just be that that's just what you happen to draw from the deck. I don't fix these readings; we do them naturally.
Mel recognized Chariot as one of the people that she knows.
She
Yeah,
does,
Orilyn would remember Mel saying she knows the hangman, so she'll look at Melora and be like, "Do you know this one?"
She doesn't react to this one.
Oh, I guess you don't know all the cards then.
She shrugs. All right. Does anybody else want to do any more readings or anything?
Before the group leaves, Seraphina will just grab one card and then look at it and then not wanting anybody to see what it was.
Okay.
She'll just read it for herself, I guess.
Interesting.
All right. Does anyone else try to see? Like, so you just like try to draw a card.
Yeah.
Does anyone else try to see what she draws?
I wouldn't move from where I'm at, but if I could see, I would attempt to. If I couldn't see from where I'm at, then I wouldn't.
I mean, you're all kind of gathered around a table while this lady's doing the readings, right? So presumably you could from where you're at. Oh yeah, if you're going to, I think what we face is like a passive perception versus a sleight of hand check, maybe.
Okay.
Um,
I don't know.
I know Vash's passive is 18. Okay.
Would I have disadvantage though?
Uh, sure. If you want to self-impose it, I don't see why not. I mean, you were
No,
just
I'm
like
I'm just asking.
I don't see any reason to give you disadvantage unless you're too busy paying attention to Melora or something.
My focus is split, but yeah, it's up to you
What would
because that would bring it down to a 13.
Okay.
What was Seraphina trying to do this as everybody was getting ready to leave?
Yeah. That's before. Oh, that's after everybody's done.
Well, I'd say the tie would mean that the sleight of hand beats the perception, maybe.
I think
yeah.
Orilyn would also try to look.
What's your passive?
14.
Ooh. I tell you what. Why don't you just make a perception check? Okay. Seraphina, do you want to draw a card? And we'll just take a look at it. Or unless you... Okay, you already did. All right. Oh, interesting. Another cups. 3 cups cards today.
If Orilyn's actually able to peek over Seraphina's shoulder, Orilyn's gonna whisper, "Do you think she knows that one too?"
Probably not. She's making things up.
The King of Cups may represent an actual person in Cups territory, like King, Queen, Knight, Page kind of thing.
That's funny because he actually pulled a King of Cups before.
Oh, wasn't there
We
a
played the
thing?
game. Yeah.
There was
It represented something
it
for
was
her
like-
story.
Yeah, wasn't it like your teacher or something, like an old friend
Yeah,
of yours or
The one
something?
who saved, who she saved, and then it's the person who taught her how to be a fighter.
Yeah, so this is almost like maybe drawing this card is almost like reminding Seraphina of the life she took or something like that. You know, like it calls out to Fee, but Fee's not really here anymore. I mean, she's in there somewhere, right? But she's not like in control of that body anymore. Well, why don't we talk about what the King of Cups means generally, really quick? Generosity, control, emotional balance. Picks a king's seat on his throne with an amulet shaped like a fish. Again, the tie between cups and water. There's a lot of symbolism here with the fish. It represents creativity and spirit, which thrives on the quote calm waters that surround him. We can see from the background that there is a steady balance between the conscious and unconscious. Behind the king, there's a fish jumping out of the ocean on the right side, and a ship on the left side, representative of the emotional material worlds, respectively. The King of Cups shows you do not suppress your impulses, but have learned to deal with them in a balanced manner. So I mean, this kind of fits with Seraphina. With, I mean, you've learned to suppress Fee's impulses. I guess she did murder
Mm-hmm.
one of the party members. The upright King of Cups meaning most influential card in the suit of cups, with creativity, emotion, and unconscious ability to restrain one's emotions. This is probably good for Seraphina to learn because I mean, you're not really used to
Yep.
dealing with emotion. I think the hard thing for Seraphina is learning to tell a difference between emotion and like heaven's law, or like heaven's command for what you should do, kind of thing. Like I think being an angel, it's probably hard to somebody who's been doing this for so long, it's probably hard for you to tell a difference between doing something that you do because you feel like it's the right thing to do, or doing something that you do because it's what heaven commands you to do.
Yeah, she feels pressured right now with her mission, so I think it just symbolizes that you need to like go easy on herself.
Yeah.
I
Right on.
see.
Balance between intellect and emotions. Cool. All right. So presumably, you guys are gonna go leave and grow some crops, unless somebody wants to do some other readings or anything.
We're trying to figure something out at the moment.
Oh, I got some whispers here.
I guess to clue everyone in, Vash is trying to see if we can kill them or bribe them.
You guys said Melora quite a few times in front of him, and she talked about the Arcana.
Yeah, that's
These
true.
very poor people, and Vash assumes that they will sell that information.
Orilyn's gonna sit back down, since nobody else seems to want to do a reading. And she's just gonna start talking about Oberon to this lady. And she starts off with pointing at the herbs and saying, "You see those? You can thank Lord Oberon for that."
She kind of furrows her brow, and she says, "Why? Why would I thank Oberon for herbs?"
Because he's the Green Lord, you know. He really likes plants and wilderness, where you probably found those. And he's a great lord.
She says, she kind of nods, and she says, "Well, that's perfectly fine, I suppose. It's just that my understanding was that it was the high priestess who governed nature and plants."
No. I don't know
It's a
who
bit
this priest is, but Lord Oberon he's I mean, he's a king, and he's the lord of hunting and wilderness and plants.
She says, "I mean no disrespect." She probably like shuffles through the deck of cards and like pulls out the high priestess to show to you.
No, I don't know who that is.
Um, and she says, "Well, you see, the high priestess. Think of her like Mother Nature. You ever heard the expression?"
No.
She says, "Well, she represents. You know, she basically reads you this thing that I just showed you guys. Um, Yeah, she says she represents, the duality of nature, its mystery. She says you haven't heard any of this before.
No, I'm not really from here.
Interesting. I've never met someone who hadn't heard of the Arcana. Where is it you're from?
Feywild.
Feywild.
Vash
Yeah.
gives a
Yeah.
very high in the background.
That's where Lord Oberon lives. But you know how it's all dangerous outside here. Well, it's also getting dangerous there. More dangerous than usual. Feywilds are usually really dangerous, but now there's creepy things all over the place.
She says, where is this Feywild place? What territory is it in?
Why, it's in Oberon's territory, of course.
She furrows her brow and kind of shakes her head. I don't understand.
What I'm trying to say is that I think you should put your faith in Lord Oberon so that he can help fight the forces of bad guys and fleshy bits that are bad.
She nods. Okay. Well, any lord that fights bad things is a good lord indeed. I just don't understand where it is you come from. It's not in wands, cups, swords, or coins, then. Is
I
it in-
don't even know why would it be in a sword or a coin? I mean, maybe there's a coin that has a picture of it.
She says, no, the territory it's ruled over. She says, is it an uncorded land, perhaps? Someplace beyond the court's control?
Probably because I've never heard of the courts there. I mean, I've heard of courts, but not your Arcana courts. I've heard of the Seelie and the Unseelie courts.
She has no idea what you're talking about.
They're on equal footing right now. Neither of them knows what the other is talking
yeah. She says,
I'll tell you what. I almost died yesterday, and it's just really wearing me out. But I think that if you come see me again, come see me in a few days at Mat Jao Inn, I can talk to you a lot more better about it.
Why?
she nods. She says,
You can meet other followers of Oberon. We hang out there.
make a persuasion check. Okay. She nods and she says, I mean no disrespect. I'm not on particularly good terms with the court, or the Arcana myself. You asked her to meet you about Oberon. Is that what was the?
Yeah, so that she can describe or answer more of her questions better.
She seems genuinely interested to learn more about this mysterious Oberon figure.
Yeah.
This is someone who was basically like excommunicated from the church or something. Probably because she had a kid when she was supposed to be like chaste or whatever. Or maybe like when she was supposed to be going through her vows to become like a monk or something. And she had a relationship that she wasn't supposed to have or something like that. So, I mean, you might be able to convince this lady to
Yeah, and
become a heretic.
I don't know much about these Arcana, but Lord Oberon, he likes the common folk, so you might fit in.
She nods. She says, are there others who believe as you do?
Yeah, he owns the Mat Jao Inn. I mean, there's most of them are still back in the Wild. But and then
all the way to
she's
China,
gonna
we're
point.
digging all the way.
Well,
She's gonna
nice
point at
knowing
Vash
you,
and
Aang.
say.
Because
she's gonna point at Vash and say,
How
I
old is the
think.
kid?
the kid's probably like 10, maybe a little
All
younger.
right, sorry, go on, Orilyn.
Oh yeah, so she's pointing at Vash and she's like, and I think he's coming around too.
She nods and she says, "You go around, asking a lot of folks about this Oberon, trying to teach his ways."
It's important to spread his influence so that he can get stronger, defeat the flesh and stuff.
Get stronger. She says, "Have you had trouble in this regard? People hunt you down for this heresy?"
It's not
I think-
heresy.
I think that's the key word there, Orilyn.
She says, "It's not my place to judge. I mean no disrespect, but you should be careful who you talk to about this. The court gets wind of someone worshipping outside of the Arcana. There could be consequences. Are you
Can
familiar?"
do I feel like she is genuinely saying this out of interest for Orilyn or us?
Make an insight check.
Or like, oh, it's what I'm gonna go do as soon as you leave.
Oh,
For the love of
a nat 1 on your insight. You can't tell. Yeah, like, you're pretty sure she's gonna turn you guys into the probably, yeah. You're probably like,
Oh,
oh
okay.
man, this lady knows too much.
This
Well,
is
there's
where
your
Vash
there's
goes.
your cheers from Unrooted for your one.
Does Orilyn feel like she's saying this
You can make an insight.
warningly?
You can make an insight check. I mean, it's not a
No.
1, but you can't get a read on the lady. She says, the last thing I was gonna say was, she says, have you had any? She's have you had any dealings with inquisitors?
What's that?
She shakes her head. You would know if they were after you. Court sends them sometimes to clean up their mess, like these magistrate. But these people are closer to the court, higher up.
They send magistrates after people that they don't like.
Sometimes.
I
When
think we're safe then. We can handle those.
She kind of nods. The magistrates have become separated from the court. No one, at least here, trusts them. Seems the court is actively rooting them out now. This is a new development, I suppose. But inquisitors, they're a sight to behold. Inquisitors are what becomes of the strongest magistrates, the ones who succeed, get promoted. They
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll fall too.
tend to govern small battalions and amass great power. I would be careful. And I have known family, friends, fallen in with cults. met their end to some of these inquisitors. I would not advise it. I would be careful about who I spread this information to if I were you.
Sorry, did I miss that? Did she just say she has friends that are inquisitors?
No, she was saying she had friends that joined, like she had friends and family that joined cults, basically.
Oh,
Like people that worship primordials and stuff.
I think we're fine because we're not a cult.
She says, you may not see yourself as such, but the court would disagree, I'm afraid. Heresy would not be tolerated. You understand?
I still don't see what the heresy is.
you still haven't figured it out there, hey, Orilyn? If I said that, Orilyn, or that Oberon's a fake god and that, someone else is actually providing him his power, how would you feel?
Well, he's not really a god. He's a king and a lord and archfey.
But he
It's all the same.
governs, she says, he governs nature, plants, does he not?
Yeah.
She shakes her head. Heresy to the high priestess. Nature is her domain.
He doesn't share.
There's sort of like
Gonna go well.
a pity on her face when you say like she doesn't share. She says, I've never heard or read teachings from the high priestess that says she's a jealous arcana, but this is the way of the court. People who follow this god would not appreciate you questioning their power. Others who follow other arcana would perhaps feel if you challenge one, you challenge them all. Sorry, did you say something?
She said, right.
Where do you stand on this? You see this as heresy?
She shakes her head. It's not my business. Like I said, not on great terms with the church myself.
So here's an idea. Are you interested in hearing more?
She nods.
And you are warning me that I might have to deal with some crazy guys.
I just think you should be more careful who you mention
So
in this.
here's what we can do. You seem to know a lot more about people here, right?
She shrugs, I suppose.
So then you can help me find the ones that aren't dangerous.
She kind of smiles and she says, you must be new to the dirt. Trouble here is it's hard to tell who's dangerous and who's not.
That's why I needed inside woman.
She says, I am but a humble fortune teller.
Right. So you can read their fortunes and see if they would get upset with us.
Could try. although I doubt an inquisitor would go to someone excommunicated from the church to get their fortune read. She says, not so many people are as open-minded.
That's okay. They're probably too stuffy for Oberon anyway. So, you know, he doesn't like to hang out in the cults all the time.
Okay. She nods.
So his people are more in the common. He likes to see his citizens.
Yeah, she says, well, this is good, I suppose.
Lynn was gonna say something else, but my mind went blank.
I can't decide what to do.
Thanks for the reading. You guys want to
She's-
head out?
Yeah, she's like, thank you for your patronage. And she probably bows to Seraphina. And thank you for your blessing, Tianchi.
You're welcome.
How does the Tianxi feel about all this blasphemy?
Well, she forgave the imp, right?
She serves an Arcana.
Yeah, but her main mission is just to destroy the thing, and she needs assistance from the primordials.
Yeah, I mean, you were
Oh
specifically
yeah, they
told
did tell her.
they told you if you can't get the a primordial to help you to kill them, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And she already knows that at least Orilyn is helping
Willing
fight
to
the
help.
flesh and as per Oberon's orders. So. I remember what I was gonna say. Orlin's gonna look at the lady and say, just remember that if the flesh kills everything, it's gonna be in Oberon's name that the world comes back to life.
Wow.
No.
She says, it's kind of like probably she's having a hard time coming to terms with what you're saying, I think. She seems a little bit flabbergasted by it, I guess. And she says, but if the flesh kills everything, doesn't that include Oberon?
He's in a safe spot right now.
She shrugs. If you say so.
Do you have any other secrets you'd like to tell her? I think you might have missed one or two here or there.
What?
I mean, you haven't told her that you guys are magistrates. You can do that if you
Yeah, why not tell her that too? I would like to use my channel divinity to reclaim a second level spell slot.
All right, what does that look like?
I don't know if it necessarily looks like anything.
It doesn't have to. All right, get your spell slot back. Anything else you guys want to do before you leave?
Odayn's already said goodbye and heading out the door,
All right,
bringing Laura with him.
all right.
But
Why
everyone else.
don't we like take a break here? What are you guys doing when we get back? Let's talk about that first.
Killing innocents.
No, I was
Okay.
debating on a minor. Well, it's not wouldn't be really a minor threat. I was debating on a threat
To who? Vash or the
to
lady?
to the lady.
I
It's a
was
great.
thinking of intimidating them too.
It's a great way to win over someone you're trying to convince to follow your religion.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I mean, I didn't roll super well on my insight, so I don't really even know if she's actually in favor or not in favor with me. But I was thinking of like, because did she react when I mentioned the Mat Jao Inn? Because doesn't most of the city know to avoid that place right now?
Well, the sort of taboo on the Mat Jao Inn is kind of removed right now.
Hmm.
Like, word is
But
spreading.
there was a
Word is spreading that it's okay to shop there again.
okay. But there was taboo on it before we got back.
Yeah, I mean, taboos
So
are
I was
something
just
that
wondering
happen.
if she knew. Yeah, I was wondering if she knew about that.
I mean, when you mentioned the Mat Jao Inn and Aang, as far as like
Mhm.
someone who follows Oberon, there probably was a look of recognition on her face. Yeah.
Okay. Did she seem like she might know the story of why there's taboo? Or why there was the taboo on it?
I don't think you would get that from how she reacted to it. But
Hmm.
I think it's safe to assume she probably knows. I mean, word probably travels pretty fast around here.
Okay. So I guess Orilyn will say, thanks for the warnings, by the way. If you decide that you would rather try and regain favor by saying I'm a heretic, heresy person, I don't know if you heard about what we did to some devils who threatened us, but
Another
so bad at
secret.
God. Jesus.
Yeah, they were after us because we're magistrates, by the way.
Remember the I don't know if you
they
heard,
actually
but
didn't.
we killed some
They actually
people
didn't
and we
know.
took their bodies outside the town and buried them. Here's a map to their corpses if you want to know where they are. Should I write that
Yeah,
up for you?
we were being secretive at the time, but I feel like I can trust you.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well, I know what I'm doing when we come back.
I think before we go to break, I think you're saying that, and she holds up a hand and she says, "Don't worry, child. I've found that all the most interesting people are heretics." And maybe that's where we go to commercial break or whatever. All right.
Okay. Then
All right. Well, thanks for playing, players. We'll be back. I know we're taking a break a little bit late. We'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, folks.
Okay.
okay.
Unrooted says, "Hey, you know all those children that recently disappeared? We killed them. They're in a
There you go.
cave."
That's the one you missed.
All right. Back in a few minutes. Thanks, guys.
Why? Why?
All right, chat / players who are watching the stream. Take your bets, I guess. Are they going to kill the fortune teller because she knows too much, or not? There's been a lot of chat going on in Roll20 about that while we've been on break, actually. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess we're gonna see if a team goes full on evil or not. Let's see. Are you guys there?
Hi.
Hi. So, are you guys gonna kill them? What's we've heard the there's Unread with the 300 bits. He says
Wow.
betting on a bloodbath. I
Oh
was
god.
I was just saying, like, take your bets, guys. Are they gonna kill the? Are they gonna kill the fortune teller? What are they gonna do?
Orilyn dug this woman's hole too deep.
You literally dug her grave. So
You kind of did, yeah. I mean,
thanks.
Like
Make
in
Vash the bad guy.
in the mind link, Odayn had already said to Vash not to kill him,
Yeah.
and so that he felt like it was safe to just leave them. So he and Melora had already left the building. So he, if it happens, he can't do anything to stop it at this point.
What did he say about naivety?
Well, he is the fool, so.
I was. It's funny. I was before we started playing. I was watching like some DM tips videos, and one of them was talking about like playing trying to play like a character who's like a face of the group, who gives information over to like all the information over to everyone they talk to, and how that can be a problem, you know. So it was like basically, yeah, like that was the whole subject of the video. So it's just kind of funny how that turned out. Like now, whether you have to kill her or not, I mean, you guys know what you know. So I guess we're about to see.
I think Vash would try something else except for that example.
Okay.
That wouldn't be Seraphina's first thing.
I believe he is convinced she's going to try and steal something.
You're convinced what now?
That she's going to try and sell what we've told her and the information and sells out.
Okay. So let's fade back in, I guess. What are you going to do about that?
So, not Orilyn, Odayn and Mel have left the building or are on their way
Yep.
out.
Yep.
What are the others doing? What is Ishu doing during all this? Is he interested in the tellings? Is he bored?
He probably is bored, yeah. He's probably like eating some human jerky out of his bag or whatever. He hasn't done that in a little while, so yeah, I mean he's not really interested in readings and like what's going on in general. Like Ishu likes action and he's like a little kid with ADD, so he's probably, when he wasn't like eating, he was probably like looking around the room, like fooling with anything he can find.
Was he showing off his billowing cape to the kid?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Like, look how awesome it is. See, it just waves for no reason. And the kid's like, "Oh wow, that's really cool, Mr. Lizard Person." Yeah. So, what are you guys doing now? Who was leaving? Melora was leaving with Odayn. Was Vash also walking out?
No.
Okay.
Seraphina will put down another platinum coin on the table.
Yeah, the lady like claps her hands together and bows.
Thank
Like 90-degree bow. Like very respectful.
thank you for that reading. And by the way, the whole discussion should be kept here and only here, unless you want to see Death's messenger owl at your house and Death's bells ringing from your ears as I walk away.
All right, make an intimidation check, I guess. You can make it with advantage because you're using you're having your owl help you or something. That's fine.
Because of what Orilyn said to her earlier.
Yeah, and also like you're a scary Tianqi. So, all right, 15. This lady is a commoner, so she's gonna get a D20. Okay.
Oh.
All right. You successfully intimidate her. So, I think there's this moment where she comes up from the bow, and maybe she like sees your aura or something. Is the owl with you?
The owl's outside I don't think he could get inside the house.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. It's pretty big. Yeah, maybe she just like she just gets a feeling. She is pretty close in proximity to you. So yeah, I think maybe she goes. Her face becomes more solemn. Maybe goes slightly white. And she doesn't speak or anything. I don't think she even reaches for the coin on the table. But yeah, you feel like you've gotten your point across, I think.
And then I leave. I don't know what Vash would do. Or Orilyn.
She might say something like, wouldn't be wise to tempt death, Tianqi. Like, basically, like, I understand. I won't ask for death to visit me or whatever, you know.
Everyone trying to keep Vash from killing people.
I mean, you guys can still murder this lady if you want.
Yeah.
Uh,
Seraphina's no longer there, so.
I mean, since Orlin's still not really sure,
The kid too.
like, what this lady really has in mind, she doesn't want her to die because she's hoping that she'll join them.
If I recall, she did seem genuinely interested in like hearing you out on the Oberon
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, so that's why she's hoping that the lady will actually join them. And
Have you
yeah.
guys like set a time and place for some kind of meeting?
No, she just told her where she could find her, which
Okay.
Orilyn fully intends to be at the inn like all day the next day at least. So
Okay. It's just slowly building up the
so are you?
army
sorry.
of servants at the inn. Just
Yeah.
add another one to the pile. Aang, set this lady up with a room. Or whatever. You know?
No idea who's paying for all that. But,
Yeah, right. Sure. That's the funny part. It's you guys.
Is Orilyn leaving?
Orlin's waiting for everybody else to leave.
She's gonna be there to stop you, Vash.
I'm gonna have a quick word with her. I'll meet you guys outside.
I wanted to tell her things too.
Would you like to go first?
Oh, I want to hear what you have to say.
That's precisely why I wanted to talk to her without you here. I don't want you to hear what I have to say.
Hmm.
It's called privacy.
Is it about Oberon?
No.
Is it about cups?
No.
Okay. Orilyn will tell the lady. I just want you to know that I don't threaten you to make you follow Oberon. I just want you to know my work is very important, and I'm doing this to save the world and Oberon.
She nods. She says, save the world, huh? That is quite the weight to carry.
You know, the flesh is very scary. It almost killed me.
Have they heard about the flesh here? I guess they have because of
I can see it.
issue, right?
Yeah, because of all the refugees, and you could see it from the tower.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, bye. See you soon at the inn. And
Yeah.
she waves.
She nods. Yeah, and I think as you're walking out the door, the kid's like, "Mom, Tianqi left the whole platinum on the." Yeah, you know, and he's like, she gave me one earlier. Didn't you give this kid a platinum earlier? I think.
Yeah.
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 I did.
They
Two
just
flat.
made enough for like the rest of their life.
I mean,
That's
I
like,
mean,
like
I don't know about the
months.
rest of
Probably
their lives,
3
but
months.
yeah, it's basically 20 gold.
Yeah.
And like a meal costs like a few copper. So
it's
and
a couple months.
yeah, it's a while. Yeah. They've got some, they might be upgrading their digs or something, or like, but yeah.
So could I speak with both of you privately?
Yeah, the woman nods.
I'll wait till Orilyn leaves and then shut the door behind her.
Okay, so you guys are leaving Vash alone with this woman and her 10-year-old child. I just want to clarify, make sure we all
Wait,
have
where's
agreed.
Ishu?
I would wait. I assume Ishu being bored would have left pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's probably eager
Uh,
to get out of here.
Okay, he probably left with Melora and Odayn.
Yeah, I've already left a while ago.
I would have called out the door. I'll be just a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
all right. So let's do
But
this.
Vash turns around and just approaches and says, "Here, have a seat."
Are you talking to the lady or the
To
kid?
both of them.
Yeah,
To both of them. Mostly to the kid. But
the kid sits down quick and he's dancing around in the seat a little bit, like kicking his legs around. The mom gives you a look like, "Oh, I thank you for inviting me to sit in my own house," and then she sits down.
Vash is gonna pull a platinum out and hold it in his hand.
She holds up a hand. She says, "No, really, you've given plenty. Please."
This isn't for the ratings. This is to buy your silence. And I'll hold it out to her hand.
Yeah, she slowly holds a hand out. She's keeping eye contact with you the whole time. The kid is just like dancing around in his chair, oblivious. But she seems to be taking this very seriously.
I will press it down into her palm, and as my hand touches with hers, I will cast Inflict Wounds.
Oh gosh! You link the spell, link the description if you. I think I can
If you
show.
click show spell description, you should.
Yeah, there it goes.
So it's 3d10 necrotic damage.
Necromancy. I mean, she dies,
And then I immediately cast Spare the Dying on her. Which doesn't revive her, just stabilizes her. So she's not dying, she's now unconscious.
Okay. All right. Can you do that in the same action?
Not in the same round, but shouldn't she have to make death throws?
No, she's
Glenn
not a
doesn't
PC.
have NPCs do death throws.
Yeah.
Oh, did we establish that?
I mean,
Yeah.
unless they're like a character. Like I gave Ishu death save because, he's
Timothy too.
Yeah. Well, Timothy wasn't an NPC, but yeah, I mean, giving NPCs death saves is pretty rare unless they're like an established character like Avachai or a companion or something.
I'm not trying to kill her.
All right, we can say. I mean, we can say, you can establish that for canon reasons. I'm not gonna make you kill this lady if you don't want to, but we can do it like you described. Like you can expend the spell slots or whatever, or if they're cantrips or whatever. That's fine.
Yeah, Spare the Dying is a cantrip. Inflict Wounds is first level.
Yeah. Okay. So here's I think describe how Inflict Wounds looks. Describe.
So for Vash, it's if it doesn't matter, it's electric damage. It's like a major shock to her system, like lightning. And so when he presses his hand down, he grabs onto it, keeping the coin pressed into her palm, and sends the energy out and into her, knowing that it's going to seriously damage her, and then immediately tries to spare her from death.
Okay. Yeah, it can be like an electrocution type thing if you like. I do think because it's necromancy and it's necrotic damage, like her flesh, like it cooks. Like she's electrocuted to the point where like she's emitting smoke, and like her skin is melting. She probably starts screaming, and the smell is horrific. And she starts screaming. The kid panics and
This
bolts.
would be quick. I thought she had very little HP.
She has 1 HP. She's dead. She
Yeah.
dies. And then you like spare the dying on her or whatever, right? The skin like heals up relatively. I mean, she's still, on the borderline of death or whatever, but she's not dying. She's gonna be fine. Like maybe the parts of her skin that melt and cook, the parts of her hair that kind of get fried and frizz ups stay that way, but like her skin kind of regenerates and comes back a little bit.
Can I reach for the kid?
As he takes off running, sure, you can try. Make
Just trying to grab him, not trying.
what do you think, like sleight of hand or like athletics or something like that?
I think I'm equally bad at all of them, so either way.
I'll let you roll whatever you like that you think would fit. And I'll just roll a d20 for the kid. I'll give him like a minus, because he's a kid. I'll give him like a -3.
Through the mental link, I will totally
Okay.
grab the kid. if he
Yeah,
comes out.
you grab him. Like he goes to take off running, but he's a clumsy kid, and his limbs are like flying behind him. So he like he's like windmilling his arms as he runs. You just like grab a hold of his wrists, and he does that thing where like a dog does when they're running at the end of a chain, where like he tries to keep moving, but you got a hold of his wrist, so it just like snaps him back.
Hi, listen to me. I'm
Please,
gonna like
please,
shove him back
please,
into the chair.
please don't. Yeah, you shove him back in the chair. Please, I'm sorry, don't.
Just I leave the platinum coin into the palm. That's just a warning. She'll be fine in a few hours. Tell her to come and visit Orilyn if she wants to. But if anyone finds out where we are, I'm gonna assume it's her, and I'll be back for both of you.
Yeah, he starts crying and sobbing.
She's gonna need looking after, so stay here and take care of her.
Yeah, he reaches a hand out to her, like she's like laying on the ground or whatever. Like
I
maybe
was
she, like,
hoping
fell
like
out of the chair.
I was hoping the extent of the damage would be like a burned in insignia of the coin in her palm, not like frying her skin off.
I mean, it's necromancy, bro. It's It's 3d10 necrotic damage to someone who had 1 hit point.
Yeah, you're lucky you didn't insta kill her.
I mean, probably fair. Like
You kind of did.
realistically,
Like-
I would.
Like
Yeah.
even if she had death saves, like you would have done twice the hit points worth of damage easily. Like, yeah, I mean, it would have insta killed her probably if she even had death saves. Like
Fair. That's
So
fair.
just use the hilt of your dagger.
But you scared the
Vash-
shit out of this kid, so good
Vash
job.
doesn't really
Probably
do the melee
traumatized
thing.
him.
That's all right. Um, so they've gotten 30 gold. Yeah, they're fine. I will stare at the kid until I reach the door and then say, "Don't leave her, or she might not make it."
Yeah, he's like kneeled down. He's like, I got his hands up to her face. He's like, "Mom, mom, 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 wake up!" He's like, crying.
It's gonna be a few. Okay, just let her sleep, and I'll go out the door and shut it behind me.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Threats are more effective if they believe it'll actually happen.
I mean, it. Okay. Yeah. All right. I mean, it did happen. What's your alignment, Vash?
Neutral.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I mean, you just murdered. Well, you did bring her back. Okay, you can stay neutral. You did bring her back.
I killed her and I left her.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the permanent damage to the child that's concerning me mostly. But yeah, okay. I'm not gonna force you to change your alignment. All right. So what now? What do we do? That was a nice lighthearted moment. What are we what are we gonna do now, guys?
So, you ready to go and grow some plants?
Oh, Orilyn already started making her way back to the inn.
I said to wait! You bastard!
she's already gone.
She doesn't have to listen to you.
All right, how long would that have taken me to kill this woman?
I mean, as long as it would have taken to act out the scene, not terribly long, less than a minute or two, probably.
Did anyone wait, or did they all leave?
Seraphina probably left.
I mean, if
Okay.
everyone else left, I think Odayn would have not stayed. He would have gone to the inn.
So as I come out the door and see no one's there. Motherfuckers.
At least they didn't have to hear the kids sobbing and the woman screaming and all that stuff.
Oh,
I think if Orilyn ever hears about this, she'll be very upset with Vash.
meh. I guess I'll make my way to the inn.
I really liked this. It's good to finally see that the more devilish side of Vash really shine. Okay. So
On
you
the
guys-
way, can I still keep my eyes out for a gem shop? Just to like identify one I don't want to go in yet.
yeah, sure. Why don't you find a name for a place?
And I realize you said the ones in the dirt district would be a little less high on stock and whatnot.
Yeah, certainly. You're not gonna be able to just get like 1,000 gold worth of diamonds or whatever. I mean, you probably have a better time getting in touch with like a fence or something. It's like somebody who works the devils in the dirt district. But
If I don't see one in the dirt, that's fine.
there would be
I'll just
one.
know that I have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, there would be at least one, I think.
You all made me do that. Just remember that.
Oh, here, this might be good. Okay. So there's a place called Heart of Gold, and
Clever.
it's got the sign's got a picture of a dwarf, and he's like on the drawing, he's like trying to tear open his own chest or something. He's yeah. But the shop's called Heart of Gold.
Interesting. Can I just? It's a building.
It's just like a ramshackle little store. It's not super fancy.
Can I just open the door and peek my head in? Like look at how nice it is.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's not like a rundown crappy place. It's like a typical wooden storefront. You peek your head in, there's like the ting of a bell. Maybe there's one or two people standing at a counter who turn and look. There's a guy standing behind a counter. He's a dwarf. Probably more hill dwarf than mountain dwarf. So almost like more human like features. It's almost like he might even look like half human, half dwarf. And he's wearing like some spectacles. And he looks up at you as you poke your head in. You might see some there'd probably be like locked glass cases with like iron bars on the inside. And you probably would catch a glimpse of like some precious metals that might be on display in the case. So like some copper and some silvers, but just like raw ore chunks and stuff like that.
I don't see any gems.
There might be, yeah, there probably would be some gems. I just don't know if there might be like one rather large emerald that would be on display in the case, and there might be like a small diamond that's on display, just like, hey, we have diamonds. But I don't think he like put a whole pile of diamonds in the display case. There's also probably like general mining equipment too. Like there might be pickaxes hung up on the walls, that kind of thing. Maybe even like the wheels of like a mining cart hung up on the walls as like decorations, and that kind of thing.
Fair enough. I'll just. Oh, sorry, wrong building. I'll close the door. Keep walking.
Yeah, they don't seem bothered by you or anything. I'm just glad you didn't murder one of them with inflict wounds.
I try to limit my murdering. 1 or 2 per day.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll just continue to the end after that.
All right. So you guys are all regrouping at the end?
Mhm.
Okay. So we cut to the end. What's going on when we cut? Like, is anybody doing anything? Do we cut to like somebody doing something interesting?
Orilyn will find Aang and tell him, I'm keeping the spare key. If you have any others, I'll take them now.
He says,
Key?
"You're taking all the spare keys. You know I have to work here, right?"
No, I only want the ones for my room.
Oh, well, fair enough. That's no problem
And
here.
if Vash asks where I'm at, I'm busy.
I don't know if Aang ever got the spare key back. Did he?
No, I gave
No,
it to
Vash
her,
gave
Orilyn.
it to Orilyn. She's just making sure there's not more.
Yeah, I
Don't
think
make me
so.
murder
I
Orilyn.
think we see him like go behind the bar and he like looks, like he bends down, and looks, and he says, "Oh, I gave it to your friend, the shifty looking one."
Yeah, he's very shifty. Tell him I'm busy if he asks for me, and he'll go up.
Yeah, he's like, "All right, sure, no problem." As you're like walking off,
Yeah. Did they deliver her stuff she ordered already, or
what was the stuff you ordered again?
the
The
pots
pots.
and soil and
Oh
whatnot?
yeah. From the plant place, yeah, like seeds and soil. Yeah. And I remember we were negotiating over like stone pots, clay pots. Yeah.
Yeah.
All that stuff's been delivered by now. Sure.
Okay, cool. She immediately gets to work applying her new lock to her door,
Okay. All right.
and
Do you want to like establish a DC for picking this lock?
How far ahead of me is she?
I mean, I'm imagining she's just
That's
putting
fair.
it on the inside after she closes it.
That's a
but-
fair statement. Vash, you're at the end also. Everyone is at the end. By the way. What kind of lock did you get, Orilyn?
I'm trying to pull it up again.
Lock of trickery, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Every time it's picked, it changes or something like that.
It looks like an ordinary lock, and the tumblers in the lock magically adjust to thwart burglars. Dexterity checks made to pick it have disadvantage.
Yeah.
And there's only one key. So I'm imagining she went upstairs, locked it normally, and then from the inside she's applying the second lock.
Okay. So,
So once
this
I
is
see somebody else, oh, go on.
yeah, maybe this lock's like one of those extra deadbolt kind of things that you can add onto a door, like one of those chain locks or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Okay, so while you're doing that, Vash, you are here if you want to mess with Orilyn, because it's gonna take more than 1 or 2 minutes to put a lock on a door. I know because I've done it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, if you're like wanting to mess with her or something or whatever, you can. Also, anybody else wants to jump in, or
What time is it right now, Sam?
what time of day is it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe like mid-afternoon. We started the day in the morning, I think, right? So you guys have had all day
Yeah.
to go out and go shopping and get your fortunes read and plan and stuff.
I think Odayn and Melora will probably grab some lunch if they serve lunch at the inn.
Sure, yeah. Aang's probably eager to cook some stuff. He's got some like potato and rice thing he's wanting to try out.
Do I see anyone in the common area then? Those two maybe. Or are
Seraphina's
they in the
source of
upper
danger.
common area?
Seraphina's drinking something odd in one of the common areas. I mean, Melora's probably hanging out with someone, probably Odayn.
Probably okay.
What are you doing, Odayn?
I'm probably just hanging out, eating lunch, and just chatting.
Okay. There is when you let's switch over to the maybe the inn map. Let's see here.
Thanks for waiting for me there, Odayn.
We were hungry. Sorry. It's
Fine,
been-
I took care of the issue.
What?
You took care of it?
Where's Orilyn at?
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
What do you mean you took care of it?
I just said I took care of it. I bribed her.
Okay. Well, she's upstairs if you're looking for her. There's food if you want some.
Is it good?
Is it good? You know, it could be better, but it's adequate. Right, Melora?
She nods.
Yeah, maybe I'll
Nice.
take a bowl to go.
She
Are you
says
two coming with still or no?
she
Oh,
says
sorry, go on.
the soups are particularly good, I think.
I think once we're done eating, we can join you guys on your farming activities.
I'll
But-
start heading up the stairs, fairly well knowing where Orilyn would go.
Okay. You head up the
Hawk
stairs.
bean soup. No!
What is that from? What is the hawk bean?
Hawk bro!
Oh, yeah, okay. All right.
Poor Hawk bro.
We'll get you another one.
That's
Oh, where are they getting all these hawks?
fine. I will go up and just knock on Orlin's door. Orilyn?
I'm guessing she doesn't
Fidgeting on the
answer.
other side.
Yeah, you might hear because she's still fiddling around with her new lock on the inside of the door. So
Good sound
she
of
did
the
lock
troll.
it with the normal lock, but she's adding in this secondary.
Odayn and Melora were gonna. Damn it. Odayn and Mel were gonna get some food and then come out to help us. You gonna get some food?
I thought after reading cards, that I don't know what you want to do, but
Oh
I
my
thought
lord.
that those cards were kind of saying that we have better things to do than going out and wasting 8 hours. I think you said 8 hours.
Aye. Well, if you don't want to go, it's your loss.
You haven't
Hope you
even
don't-
fully explained it, but I've got things to do.
He will walk away.
Okay. I think maybe about this time, as you're coming down the stairs, you see a guy walk in. He's wearing. I'm trying to find a token for him right now. He's wearing like a solid black robe, but it's not super clean. I mean, he's got robes underneath it. It's tied at the waist with like a white sash, and like the I can see embroidering goes down the front, like the edgings of the robe would be white and probably kind of reminiscent of like a lightning bolt. He's wearing like a white bamboo like rice hat. And the robe is long enough to cover his feet. He has his hands like laced together so you can't really see them because the robe is like covering them both up, like out in front of them. And he walks with a certain kind of grace, I suppose. It might seem reminiscent of someone you know. Maybe as he's walking in, there's a moment where you're like, "Hey, is that a?"
Didn't I stride through that guy?
Well, you're like he kind of looks like Lapel,
Right.
but he's wearing like slightly different clothes, like slightly different colors, and Lapel had a different colored hat, but like when you can't see his face, he looks rather like Lapel or some. We've seen some other folks throughout the course of the campaign that look pretty similar, and then like he tilts his head up or maybe like takes off the rice hat as he comes in, and if there was like an actor who played this guy, it'd be like Sam Elliott. So he's like a white guy, but he's got like no facial hair, like completely shaven. And he just sort of like looks around the place, and then like tries like he seems to find a seat he seems to be happy with, and like wanders in that direction.
Vash, having changed his plans, is just going to walk down and towards the door and call over his shoulder to Odayn. You can catch up with me when you're done, and walk out.
I'll just use this token for now until I find a better one. Let's say this guy goes and sits. He's probably not going to go towards the crowd of people, so I think he might like grab a seat back here somewhere. The place has actually got like a for real customer.
Nice. He's alone, and is he like watching us? Or
He doesn't seem to be paying particular attention to you guys, but you can make like an insight check or something, or perception maybe. See where his eyes go.
nope, I don't notice him.
Yeah, he just kind of looks like a guy. Maybe you're too busy talking to someone else to pay much attention to him.
I think Laura and I are gonna probably finish our food and then follow after Vash once we're done.
What is so the owl's looking at him, Seraphina?
Yeah, because I'm day drinking and I told Seer like check around the area in case, and then it could mentally talk to me like what it sees or that kind of stuff.
The owl, can you like communicate with it or anything?
Mental telepathically, because it's a fine steed spell.
Okay. The owl has like a respect for this guy. I don't think it recognizes him, like it knows who he is. But it's almost like yeah, just like a respect for this guy. Sort of like just a yeah, I don't know how else to put it.
Okay, I tell Aang to. Is Aang here?
Yeah, he's right at the bar.
All right, I tell Aang to hand him a pint of beer. What I'm drinking too.
You say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
The gentleman says, "I'll take a whiskey, please."
Yeah.
And
Is that France?
Aang kind of nods, or he pulls out like a cup, pours some whiskey in it, and starts walking over to him. Probably like drops it at his table. Guy doesn't say anything. Aang starts walking back. I think the guy like reaches into his pocket, like in his robe, and he pulls out like a hand-rolled cigarette. And he's just like kind of looking at it for a minute, playing with it. He doesn't light it right away. He doesn't say anything here either. Like he doesn't like initiate conversation with you or anything.
Okay. Then I just start drinking again.
Picks up the glass of whiskey. He like brings it to his nose, kind of sniffs at it, like raises it in your direction, and then like slings it back, turns it upside down, puts it on the table. Again, he's not like talking to you or anything. He's not like there to talk to you. He's just a random guy. Does anybody else want to do anything?
Left is Orilyn, because me and Melora went to
Is
go.
Ishu still there?
Oh yeah, Ishu.
All right.
Yeah, you should be there.
You and Melora went to go where?
We went to follow Vash.
All right, and Vash, where did you guys go? To do the crops?
I am, I'm looking for a farm that seems suitable and suitably prosperous enough to pay me.
All right, cool. I think maybe Ishu like grabs a seat at the bar, but he leaves like one between him and Seraphina. And he's like, he doesn't want to get too close to her. And we see the guy who just slugged the whiskey, like pull out a deck of tarot cards, and he's like starts shuffles them, and then he like starts setting them up on the table like he's building like a little house out of them or something. And then we cut to Vash, Melora, and Odayn, who are on their way to do stuff. What are you guys talking about doing? Whatever. What's going on?
Don't trust smokers.
Do what?
I'm not sure how I would do this or what I would roll, but yeah, I'm taking note of streams and such, where they're near farms, and also looking for a farm.
Taking note of streams.
Streams of water.
Water. There's a lot of the farms around here are rice fields, so there probably would be quite a few like sources of water, because rice is basically grown in like very shallow water, if I recall. And they probably have the rice fields dug in a way that the water is sort of like free flowing from the higher fields to the lower fields, and kind of like self irrigated in that way. But yeah, I think you'd be able to find a few fields with flowing water nearby, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay. Well, I have a couple ideas. I'm just trying to figure out how the hell they would work. What about farmers? Anyone who looks like, not the ones working in the field, but houses to approach or anything?
Yeah, there probably would be someone. Yeah, you can track down a house of someone who owns like the property, or at least tends to it. Certainly, you knock on the door, whatever you want to do.
I'll let you in on the thought process. I have plant growth, which lets me, over an 8-hour cast, double the yield of any crops within half a mile radius. That I'm looking to essentially sell that service to a farmer who, it'd be worthwhile for them to do so. But I also have control water, so I'm wondering if I can find somewhere where redirecting a stream would help some farm, and therefore charge for that.
Yeah, there might be some places where like there's potatoes growing nearby the rice. So like the potatoes, they're not grown in water like rice is, but with the flowing water being there from the rice, you could maybe use control water to like water all the potatoes at one time, which make the laborer's job easier, certainly. I do think like plant growth could be used, obviously on plants and stuff. I guess we're looking to like make some kind of roll to to convince the farmers to like pay you for this service.
Right. I might wait till Odayn and catch up, or wait at the gate for them until they catch up before I actually head out to the wilds, or I don't know how they'd find me.
Yeah, I mean, we can assume that if I mean, it's up to Odayn, but if he wants, him and Melora could be like with you.
Yeah, we went out to go find him. I think we passed by the gate that you wanted us to go to, anyways. So we sort of know the idea or the area you wanted us to meet you.
Okay. So then on the way, as we're looking, I will kind of explain the idea to Odayn of, this is what I think I can do, and looking for someone who's willing to pay us for it so that we can gear up a little bit better.
Sounds like a good idea. We can go door to door and ask some of the farmers if they need help.
Yeah, do I see anywhere in particular that looks like it would be a good place to check? Or like a more upscale building?
I'm sure there's a couple places that look like whoever is managing the labor force in this area might live. I don't think you have to roll to like identify the buildings. I think, it'd be fairly easy to be like, okay, that's the large building. Let's go check there. And even if it's not the place, you can find some people to ask around, like, hey, who's in charge of running this dump? Or whatever. Hey, who's in charge of the labor force around here or the farms? That kind of thing.
Probably tend to leave the talking to Odayn. And
Okay.
do
Yeah,
the license.
when we do find them, I'd like to talk to them about trying to get, see if they can pay for Vash's services.
Yeah.
They're willing to impart that.
I'd say it'd be relatively easy to track down the right people to talk to. But I think ultimately from the sound of it, it's going to come down to some kind of persuasion check to convince them that they need to pay you for your services. So what we need to do, I think, is set a DC. And I mean, I'm kind of using 15 as a standard DC for most of the checks for you guys. But I'd be willing to hear you out if you think that that's not fair. I'm pretty sure you got high persuasion anyways, huh, Odayn?
Yeah, 15 is fine.
Yeah.
Can I give him? Can I help convince them by using Druidcraft to instantly grow flowers right before their eyes, and show that I do actually have the ability to?
Look at what
do
our
this.
friend can do.
Yeah. I can give him advantage on the roll.
Good luck.
Okay, you successfully convinced them. Now, what was the price you were asking for?
I didn't write anything down because I don't know for the setting what would be appropriate, really.
That's fine.
But,
Does any of this stuff cost you anything?
A lot of time.
8 hours of his life.
Yeah, 8 hours. No, there are no actual costs of the components, but they would.
Full working day.
Yeah. Okay. So what's 8 hours of work worth to you guys? Now, just keep in mind it's not
gold.
it's not just you. It's 2 other people. So what would 8 hours of work cost for the 3 of you guys? Do you think?
For some reason, 400 GP sounds.
400.
That might
wow.
be too much. I don't know.
That's a lot for the farmers.
Yeah.
Is it?
I mean,
So it'll double their crops, but yeah, 200. I don't know.
I mean,
Can we
like
say
hundreds of gold is like more than their crops probably worth.
Can we say like maybe 15% of their profit?
We wouldn't know what that is though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
then we're talking like waiting until the end of the growing season when everything is
Yeah.
harvested.
Because we don't really know how much they can afford.
I mean, to be fair, you also don't know if the monks in town do this kind of thing for them, which they might.
I
But
don't think clerics have this spell, only druids and warlocks. Yes.
Would
okay,
100 gold be too much to ask? if not maybe 50.
So we'll say that you guys have gone to like the biggest
Multiple,
area out
yeah.
here, or like somebody who manages quite a lot of space out here, a very, very large farm. Let's see. I'm just gonna roll a d20, see how it makes me feel. Okay. I think he counters with 50 gold.
No, that's all right. I'm sure some of your competitors can do a little bit better. Can't stay the biggest farm forever, eh?
All right. It's a free 50 gold, but whatever. All right.
For 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean it's hard because like hundreds of gold. That's would be a lot of crops, man. We were just talking about how like 30 gold would last somebody months. You know,
I'm
like
imagining that this guy, or that like this kind of thing's not super popular to be offered.
I don't think this happens
So-
ever, yeah, because
Yeah, so he might not even believe that you can do it, but he's willing to risk the is it 50 gold to
are there druids among the Arcana? Or is that a primordial thing?
I mean, if there are, they're probably few and far between. Like there's no arcana that I would say is this is like the arcana of druids.
Or of nature. But,
Yeah, I think maybe druids typically are just more attached to the land, like spirits of the land in general, old ways, primordials, like you mentioned, maybe forces of nature. Maybe they identify more with particular forces of nature. Like we saw, Vash at first was very much involved with fire and not so much lightning. If I can find, let me take a quick look at the Arcana real quick.
so basically that was my reasoning as well, is that this probably wouldn't be a very common thing. And I demonstrated that it's possible with the druid craft. So I don't know, well, that's a flower, but
But also, like, do they even have the gold to spare?
It's a good
Right.
point. It's just a farm, right?
Because they're from the soil and they're farmers. They're
Maybe
not really
50
like
gold is
businessmen.
all of their savings,
Right.
kind of thing. I mean, yeah, it's fair to say that like farmers wouldn't exactly be flush with cash. They do have a lot of workers to pay, animals to feed, that kind of thing. Yeah, and maybe it's more of like the concern thing. Maybe people who try this kind of thing typically end up just turning the land sour, and nothing grows there. Maybe they mess up. Maybe like people who typically go around trying to do this thing aren't as experienced with magic as you guys are, or aren't as able to like maybe they make mistakes when they cast spells and they turn out wrong. That kind of thing. Or their power comes from demons and corrupts everything around them or whatever, you know.
I think Odayn might say to Vash, what if we made a deal with them to maybe provide the food for our inn? If we help them with their crops. Maybe that could make our inn flourish.
getting real attached to the scenery. I assume this isn't the mind link.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
How long do you
Well-
think it'll be before the flesh grabs this town as well?
So you think we shouldn't help these people at all? Or we should
I'm thinking
order them for money?
their gold in our hands is more useful than theirs. That's all. Don't see any of them out there trying to save the world.
Well, that's true, but they are doing the work of feeding an entire city. So
See what they say about 50 gold and feeding the inn, I guess. Or supplying the inn, I should say.
Oh, is that good enough for you? Do you think 50 gold and helping out with the end?
Well, we walked all the way out here. Might as well do it once at least.
All right.
Um,
I guess I go back to the person and see what they say.
Yeah. Okay. I think he'll agree with that. So like 50 gold and supply the inn with like
Fire.
with food and you know stuff to cook and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whatever they grow. Yeah.
And I think he agrees with it. And then Melora chimes in and she says, I can get you 10 gallons of water. It's clean. You can use it for your crops or if give to your animals. And I think I can purify at least one of the fields on the way out. It's like
You could do
gestures to
that,
the
Noah?
she
That's great.
gestures to like the rice fields. The water ones. Just basically like purify food and drink or whatever. She's gonna try to
Yeah.
cast it on the rice fields. I think it's only like a 5-foot radius sphere or something, but all
She'll do
non-magical
what she
food.
can.
Yeah.
We'll try to help as much as we can.
She says, is there any particular part of the field that gets bacteria? Well, that's not really a word. That gets sickly. And the guy says, yeah, there is one place the water tends to pool, and he like gestures in a direction. But yeah, basically you guys reach an agreement: 50 gold, and supplying the inn.
Yeah.
You can collect
Vash
payment.
isn't offering any more because they don't seem able to pay.
Yeah, you can collect payment now. The guy says, what do I? Where's the water? You said you had several gallons, and she says, do you have containers for them? And he probably gestures over to a barn. She nods. And she just looks to you guys all right, what are we doing?
So doesn't matter, but I believe that they don't have any more to pay, or that they feel like this is a fair price for what I'm offering them.
I mean, they're basically giving you what they can. Now,
Okay.
whether they have more money on them, I mean, they still
I just meant I don't feel like they're deceiving me,
right? Make an insight check. See if you roll a 1 again.
Right? Please no.
Oh, crit. They're definitely not deceiving you. They appreciate your hospitality for one. They just don't have much to offer. The towns. Oh, there's your cheers for the. There's your cheers for the crit. Thanks, Unrooted. The town's just been hit really hard. With all the refugees and all the extra mouths to feed and everything, and people begging for work, and everyone's trying to give people work if they can, so they have more people that they have to pay, and it's just that's what's going on here. They don't have a lot of extra that they can spend. And
okay. Well, then
yeah.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys can collect your 50 gold now. He's gonna toss you the coins. I mean, I'm assuming you guys are gonna actually not take the money and run. You're gonna stay and do the work.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, Melora, you guys probably take her to that barn he pointed out, and it's just full of. I mean, it's not completely full, but it's got a lot of these giant 40-gallon barrels in there. And she would cast create or destroy water.
Yep.
The thing is, She cast it at 9th level.
Oh wow.
So she creates additional 80 gallons or something crazy. So she
I
just
believe so.
she fills up like a couple of these barrels, these 40-gallon barrels, and like a little bit to spare. So she's unlocked Create or Destroy Water. Congratulations.
That's awesome, Alora.
And at some point, she will bless that area, and unlock Purify Food and Drink. I don't think that one has an upcast or anything. I think it just does its thing. Vash whispers some stuffs. All right. So you guys got your gold. You're gonna do your work for 8 hours. What is everyone else doing while they're working for 8 hours?
I'm attuning to the magical items.
Okay. Just takes like an hour, I think. You can do that. What are you up to, Orilyn?
She's setting up her pots.
Right on.
Filling them up with soil, making sure that they're the right moisture level. Debating on how many seeds she should plant to start in each of the bigger ones that are specialized. She's still trying to decide exactly which tree she wants to plant for Timothy, though she's pretty well decided on the spruce, but she's still got all the seeds laid out, and she's been like, as she's working on putting the soil and setting up the pots and all that, she keeps glancing at it, at each of the piles to see which one draws her more as far as a Timothy tree. Yeah. Once she decides, she just starts planting things.
All right. Are you like growing all this stuff? Where like are you just growing stuff at random places around the inn, or is there any particular place you want to grow the stuff?
So she's gonna start them all in her room.
Okay.
That way she could keep close watch on them.
Yeah, all right.
But if she ever has to go on an adventure, she'll probably move them to elsewhere. But I figure, if she claimed one of the rooms that has more windows,
Yeah, that makes sense.
her room's probably the best place to grow
Mm-hmm.
things.
Yours might be one that has like a balcony or something too. Just because I don't know, you might want to use a balcony if you wanted to grow stuff outside or something.
I think Seraphina chose that one
Oh, okay.
because Sphere needs a big enough window to go out of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So Orilyn just chose the one that has more windows, where Seraphina took the one that has the balcony with the big window.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He
probably chose a corner room. That way there's even more.
Yeah.
More window. Is the guy still there at the common area?
I mean, he stays for a couple hours, probably. At least.
Because if Seraphina gets drunk, she will try to have a dual brawl fight.
No, we left her alone.
So, would you just like walk up to this guy and start punching him, or like what?
No, I would just like, I feel like I haven't fought for a while, and my cause is to fight. I would try to pick a fight with somebody.
So how do you?
So
do
I will cast Compelled Duel.
You-
Oh god.
Wait,
Oh,
is she
that's
still
unfair.
there?
I'm probably, yeah.
So wander off on his own.
He might. I mean, it is
Curious to
it
see
like
if he would do anything.
I mean, Orilyn is just upstairs.
Yeah.
I think Ishu might. He is typically more nocturnal. Like he might just go upstairs and take a nap. It's still daylight.
That makes sense.
Because
Oh.
Kobold.
kobolds are naturally nocturnal. They have sunlight sensitivity and stuff. Anyways, so yeah, he might actually just go upstairs and sleep for a bit.
That's fair.
But let's go back to the Mat Jao Inn now, I guess.
Well,
Um,
at least I won't be the only one murdering commoners today.
Yeah, yeah. So you're gonna cast Compelled Duel on this guy.
Yeah, I tell Seer like I just got these gauntlets and I want to test them out.
All right. Let me see. Let me check something. I guess I gotta make it safe. Give you a minute. All right. I didn't know you guys were gonna start a combat with this guy today. I didn't have a sheet ready.
I mean, it's not supposed to be it's just
All right. So here's his wisdom save.
oh saves.
It's a wisdom save, right?
Yeah, it saves. Damn, +10.
He says, you do your thing. He seems like he recognizes that you know the spell, I guess, or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And he just goes, I'm busy. We're all busy.
How about you, Aang? Do you want to spar?
Aang gives you a look like he is terrified. He goes,
Come on.
No. I'm not sparring with a Tianqi. You think I'm crazy?
Compelled duel.
Okay. He is a commoner, so he just gets a D20.
Don't tell me Seraphina's gonna kill him.
Come on,
He
you have
fails.
this.
He fails, right?
Yeah, he fails.
So it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you, and must make a wisdom saving throw. Each time it attempts to move to space more than 30 feet away from you. If it succeeds, the spell doesn't make. Okay, so he tries to like move away from you because he doesn't want to fight you. You know, I guess he has to make the saving throw, or he can't. Right? Is that how it works?
But this is a bonus action, so I could have an action.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
So I jump on top of the bar and I start hitting him with my punches.
All right, make a punch against him.
At least this
Yet another
doesn't have
reason
any
not to get attached to this inn.
radiant.
Do what, Wolf?
I said yet another reason not to get attached to this inn.
Yeah. So like, it wouldn't be with your weapon, I guess, if it's just punches.
Yeah, an arm strike.
Yeah, unarmed strike. Yeah.
Wait, I need to put that down in my fighting proficiencies. What is it like? Because I don't have it here.
I'm looking it up
It's just
for you.
I think it's just strength modifier.
You
It's-
probably have proficiency. Do you have proficiency? You're a fighter, so you have proficiency.
Yeah.
In everything, right?
Yep. Is it just a 1d20 plus 4?
I'm looking for you right now. Hang on a second. Okay, so it's a D20 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier to hit. And
Okay.
when you hit, it's a D4 plus strength, I think. Or is
Okay.
it just hang on?
No, it's
just
one
one.
plus strength.
So it's
Oh.
just straight 5 damage.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you're not a monk, I guess.
Because not a monk and they don't have the brawler feat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's just your strength damage. So you hit him. and I
That
mean,
misses.
you knock him out in one punch. Like you punch him,
Oh,
like
Yep.
yeah. I mean, you basically kill the guy. Like he's a commoner.
wait, just five?
Wait, let me make sure. Commoners probably have like 10 in hit points, right?
Wait, are you not fighting non-lethally?
Oh, it's non-lethal because it's just like
He
a
has 4
little
hit.
jab.
He has 4 hit points. What's your strength modifier?
+4 now.
Yeah, so you knock.
Since
So you knock him out with one punch. You're like, let's fight, and you cast Compel Duel on him, and then you punch him in the face, and he he goes limp immediately. His head hits the counter, and he just bounces off the counter. He's like laying on the floor. He's just like,
hey, hey, dude, can you help me? I point at this guy.
You point at the other guy in the room.
Yeah.
He shrugs. He says, "Nah, I'm just here to watch."
Useless. And I try to stabilize him with the same way I did with Odayn.
Okay, so make it. Well, you said non-lethal damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to stabilize him then.
Oh, okay.
He's stable.
Okay.
He's just knocked the well.
Yeah, he like Friday or whatever. He got knocked the F out. Yeah, let's see how long he's gonna be out.
Right, we need to train these people because
1 hour.
they can't handle a bar fight.
How does Ishu react to this?
No, Ishi's not here.
Yeah, Ishu.
He's sleeping.
He went upstairs to sleep. Here, let me fix that on the map because I think he's still on the map, right? Yeah. Move him up here with Orilyn and hey, where the rooms are.
And then I tell I don't know if you could hear me, but training starts tomorrow, Aang. We can't have weak bar keepers.
If he's out cold, man, he's gonna be out for an hour. So I hope you're manning the bar because
Oh, shoot. I'll just be there inside that thing.
Wait,
That's it.
where's their employees?
I know, right?
yeah,
It's just Aang right now.
that's fair. Yeah, there was a couple other people. Here, I think I've got them on the GM layer here. Let me. Oh, if the Roll20 will let me, here we go. Oh, there's these two are the drunk guys, I think. But
Yeah, they are.
There was this barmaid, right? So,
And then her children, they're probably out playing though.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, she could tend the bar for you, I guess. Like maybe she was
Alright.
back. She might have been back here. There's like this kitchen area back here. Maybe she comes out when she hears the commotion, and thinks twice about scolding you, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, she can take care of any customers or whatever. Maybe drag Aang off to his room. Let's see if she knows what's going on. Let's see. Yes, she does. Yeah.
So she drags Aang.
Yeah, I was just wondering if she's gonna think maybe he just got drunk and passed out or something. But yeah, she drags him like off to his room, and she'll eventually come back, and take his place serving. These two guys who are workers, they probably come in occasionally and just like get a drink or pester Aang for work or something. We can say that they come in right about now, and we'll just put them at this table over here.
Also Abachai, if it's getting late at night. I don't know how long you'd be gone, but I just figured I'd remind you.
It probably wouldn't take the full 8 hours. So Yeah, we can have him come back sometime soon.
Imagine if Avachai walked in just in time to see Seraphina whap Aang in the head.
Right? More drama. Bring it.
Avachai cast Sacred Flame on Aang or whatever.
Oh shoot, no.
Yeah, he must be attacking you if you're fighting him.
Yeah. Okay. So that scene happens.
Mm-hmm.
What else are the rest of you guys doing? I'm assuming it's like we can skip to the end of the 8 hours and have everyone regroup if you guys want. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't need to RP it out.
We got no, you don't need to RP it out.
I think
Unless
I'll
you
probably
want
be
to.
resting at this point.
We are like a few minutes to episode's end. Like if you guys want, we can kind of end it there. Or like what do you guys want to do?
I mean, I think after 8 hours worth of work, we would probably go back to the inn, have dinner, and then rest and go to sleep. At least I'm speaking for Odayn and
Yeah.
Malor.
Vash would want to wait. How late would it be at the end of the 8 hours?
Well, it was early
I'll be
afternoon.
around
So yeah, it'd probably be pretty late.
8
like
or 9.
8 or yeah, at least 8 or 9.
Yeah, Vash will go back to the inn, but he has something else he wants to do tonight before going to bed.
All right.
So I guess next session.
Okay. Well, next session is B team.
Oh,
yeah.
So just make a note of it. And when we come, because we're probably going to have like 2 sessions of B team and then we'll come back to A team. I'm impressed too, Unrooted. I'm impressed
You
too.
say 2 sessions, but it might be more than that.
yeah. We've been saying 2 sessions for about 3 months.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, we're it depends on what you guys do. I mean, I don't know what you guys whenever we figure out if how you guys are going to deal with the council, that's basically when we'll end the B team run for a little bit. You know, like Marin's already joined, right? So we're
Mm-hmm.
we're probably going to see what's going on with him at the very least. And then if you guys either join or kill the council or whatever, once that's done, we move away from B team for a little bit, focus on A team again.
Sounds good.
Okay. I think at some point, this guy that's been sitting over here drinking whiskey and building a house of cards is going to buy a room. So he'll just like rent a room from the lady at the counter, assuming nobody like stops him or tries to kill him or anything. And yeah, we can kind of leave off there. I mean, Wolf, if you want to do your thing before we end the session, if it's just going to take a second, we can do it.
It'd probably take longer.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm thinking when we do come back to A team, maybe we'll skip forward 2 days. And like if you guys have stuff you're wanting to do in that downtime, just do it. Just like we can talk about it off screen if you like. If it's something you're wanting to RP out, we can of course RP it out. Maybe even RP it out in text off stream if you want. Depending on what it is. If it's something you guys want to do on screen, you can. And experience that I was going to remember today, I promise. But I didn't. All right. I'm going to give Seraphina 3 experience for the interaction with the demon at the beginning, 3 experience for the interaction at the bar we just had. And 3 experience for the interaction with the lady, the fortune teller lady. Vash, take 3 experience for the interaction with the fortune teller lady, 3 experience for killing the lady and bringing her back. Take 3 experience for what you did at the farm, so that puts you at 9. And 3 experience for trying to convince Orilyn and all that stuff. Knocking on our door and bugging her and stuff. Okay. Odayn. Take 3 experience for your interaction with the fortune teller. You didn't kill her, so you don't get 3 experience for that, unfortunately. But you do get 3 experience for your work at the farm, and you get 3 experience for your interaction with Melora today. That should put you at 9. Orilyn. Take 3 experience for RP in your sad character and keep into yourself in your room. Take 3 experience for your interaction with the fortune teller lady. Take 3 experience for telling her all about Oberon and that whole RP situation. And you're interacting with Melora quite a bit today too, so take 3 experience for that interaction with Melora. Seraphina. I already gave you yours, right?
Yeah.
I did everybody? Did I miss anybody?
Issue.
You went so fast that I didn't get to write them all down. So I don't know what everybody else got, but I got what Orilyn and Odayn got.
Some people got more than others. That is a little bit intentional. I'm trying to catch up some people. I think I gave you 12. It was 3 experience for RP and a sad, basically.
Yeah, I got mine and Odayn's. I just didn't get Seraphina's and Vash's.
Vash, I think I gave 12 because I gave him an
I
extra
got
3
mine.
for kill. Yeah, yours.
Yeah.
And
And it was 12.
Seraphina, I think I gave 9.
Yeah.
Okay, can you guys all shout out or type your experience really quick?
81.
79.
All right,
80.
all right.
I think Bella should be 80.
I haven't mathed yet. Or was
Eight-
mine
80. Ella's
was
84.
12? Yeah, 84.
All right. Seraphina, take another 3 for trying to start a fight with this guy, this special guy that had 10 wisdom save, because you almost got yourself killed.
Oh.
But we'll see more next time. You already lost a fight to a guy like this, so
I know.
so I was kind of curious to see if you would fight you. Like I was,
But that was me. This
Yeah,
one's
yeah.
Seraphina.
yeah. But oh well. Maybe we'll see that fight on when we return. Is everybody cool with XP?
Yep.
All right. I feel like I did a little bit of a better job this time, instead of just being like, all right, everybody gets 9 XP or whatever. Like actually trying to give it to you 4 things that I thought I kind of took note of. I will try to do a better job of just like giving it to you in the moment. That's kind of the intention. I don't know why I'm so bad at getting to the habit of that. But anyway,
I was even thinking earlier, like, okay, I'm gonna point out like parts where I think people should get experience to help remind them, and I forgot. So
yeah.
it's like,
The problem is
we
so like
intend to.
the point of doing an experience this way is to encourage like good RP creativity, like stuff like that. The problem is I'm so used to you guys being so good at that all the time, like because that it's hard to like pick out like individual moments when you guys do particularly well. So I don't know, like I do need to, and even before the session today, like I was saying to myself, okay, remember to give out experience like when it happens, and I don't know what it is. I always just enjoy watching you guys and forget about it, I guess. I don't know.
We get in the moment.
Yeah. But I'll try to do better. I'm going to maybe, I don't know, put in my notes in like big giant bold letters all the experience things like while we're running the sessions, so I can point like see it like on one of my screens and be like, okay, I need to give experience. Yeah.
Put
You
it
know,
on one of your screens on the corner.
Yeah.
Not like on the screen on the bevel.
Yeah, like hanging off the edge of the screen. That's a good idea.
Right.
In a recent campaign that we've been doing in my other game, our GM actually said he started putting notes in on the GM layer just so he remembers.
That's a good
do that.
idea.
So he's got a GM layer for the start of next session, just full of all his notes so that he remembers at the beginning of next session. Just okay, this is this, and this, because we're doing a big scale combat in that one. There's a lot to remember, but still, just right there on the GM layer.
That's a great idea. Just to have some giant text that only I can see. You guys, it doesn't bother you.
Yeah.
Guys. I just put it on like every map. Just like these giant. Make sure to award XP every time they do something cool. That's a good idea. I think I'm gonna do that. Appreciate the tip.
Yeah.
All right. Keo, you still there?
There.
Before next week, I want to have a conversation with you one-on-one about Soul and maybe some themes I want to explore with them, and I just kind of want to like talk to you about it, bounce some ideas off each other, and see what you think. That's okay?
Sure.
All right. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for playing, players. Thanks for watching, folks. We'll be back next Monday, and hopefully Tim will be back. And anybody got any shout outs or anything you want to do? Anything? No? Okay.
Not really.
Sorry. Thanks, Unrooted, for all the stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that's one shout out.
Yeah.
Big time cheers today. Thank
Yep.
you, Unrudy. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
He cheered like almost 1,000 bits or something crazy. Like big time thank you, man.
A lot. Thanks
Yeah.
so much.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see you guys next week. Y'all have a great week. And yeah, take care.
Hopefully things are better for you this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. I think it will be. I think so.
All right. Good night.
Have a
Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys. If you enjoy the video, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe.